feel like we're frozen in time. You're the only one I can see. Hey, I've looked all my life for you. Now you're here. Hey, I've spent all my life with you. All my life. And I never really knew how to love. I just thought somehow I'd see. Oh, ask for a little help from above. Send an angel down to me. Hey, I've looked all my life for you. Now you're here. Hey, I've spent all my life with you. All my life. All my life. Never thought that I could feel a love so tender. Never thought I could let those feelings show. And now my heart is on my sleeve, and this love will never leave. I know, I know. Hey, I've looked all my life for you, and now you're here. Hey, I've spent all my life with you. All my life. Hey, I've looked all my life for you, and now you're here. Hey, I've spent all my life with you. All my life. Hey, I've looked all my life for you, and now you're here. Hey, I've spent all my life with you. All my life.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Bran and Frank Terzo, the legend. And that was Lady Campion and a friend of hers named Tone Deaf. And I just thought that was amazing. That just came out a few hours ago, I think today, and really beautiful cover that they did together. I think it's hard to compete sometimes with Lady C's voice because she has such a beautiful and stunning voice, and he managed to hold his own. So that was pretty impressive. Bran and Frank, how are you guys doing tonight?
I'm doing well. It's the end of a long week, and here in Ontario, we have a long weekend. Family Day is Monday, so yeah, looking forward to a little bit.
Family Day. Oh, nice. I like that there's a family day. That's great.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
throughout
nice.
Canada. It is nice, eh, Brian?
I think there's two provinces that don't have it.
Oh,
Is it
really?
Quebec and Newfoundland?
Mm.
Hmm. Interesting. Well, that I like that. I mean, we try to do a family day once a week here, but there's nothing official. I don't think we have any kind of family official day in the US. So I like that. That's great. Hey, OTWP, good to see you off the wall. Thanks to everybody who's here in chat. Much love to you. Share this out. We'd love to get more people here for our entire stream. This tonight we're doing kind of this month. I'm trying something different and see how it goes. But I'm trying to do the first half, the first 2 hours of open mic music, and then the second half, the second 2 hours of more open mic fireside conversation. So I'll be putting the link in the chat. And if you are a karaoke musician or an indie artist who would like to come up and either perform or share one of your music videos, we would love to have you up here with us. And there are just a couple like nuts and bolts things I wanted to cover just really quickly. Just, I'm always kind of going with the flow and changing things up a little bit and trying to see what works, AKA winging it. And so for all of my mods, thank you so much. I love and appreciate all of you, as you know, and I'm really grateful for all of you who are here. I have asked for my managing mods to be the ones who are deleting comments from people in chat, and deleting even like spam. There's obviously like the porn bots, although, they're like my long lost friends. I don't see them very often anymore. But any of the bot comments or obvious spam, we've all seen it, where people just come in and randomly start writing one letter at a time or just putting the same thing over and over. Anything like
Uh-oh.
It is the basement internet.
I think I roboted out for a second there.
You surely did.
Yep. There's always basement internet to contend with as well. But managing mods will be handling deleting any of those things. So any of the other mods, you guys don't need to worry about that. If you guys can be really posting links for different content creators who are here in chat, that would be great. My managing mods will be posting the links for the people up on panel and for the playlist of videos and songs and stuff too. So I hope that helps clarify some things for my mods and people know kind of what's going on. If you have any questions, please contact me. I think all of you have a way to contact me directly. But thank you again for being here, and I appreciate each and every one of you, and I love you guys. Okay. Well, Frank, are you up for starting us off with some more good music?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. Also, how are your album sales going?
They're going pretty good. You know what? I'm really still learning how to navigate this Kunaki, the record sales website.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I don't have an exact number, but it's got to be between the digital and physical copies. It's got to be at least 40, I'm going to say. Yeah.
Oh, sorry if you heard that background noise there, guys. Oh, that's great. Fantastic.
Yeah. I was happy when I reached 10.
Hi, Katie. Welcome.
I'm going to be doing...
And Fetters, thanks for sending people over. All right, so what is this first song, Frank?
I'm going to start it off with, I think it's the third last on the album. It's called Mama.
I love this.
I got my brand new 12-string.
Awesome. Very nice.
Yeah, it's got a nice sound to it. Mama, I hear you calling me. Mama, it's still you and some light on me. Mama, it's damn near killed me. They fight for gold, and in the name of God, this ain't right, you see. Mama, send them down for me. Mama, set them angels free. They kill for land, and in the name of God, they're too blind to see. See that in the end, when their evil ways are done, they be just. Mama, I feel the hurt you see. Mama, it's so unclear to me. Wars are never won, but they're always in the name of God, you see. See that in the end, when their evil ways are done, they be just.
Such a beautiful song, Frank. I love that one.
Thank
That one
you.
made me cry, of course, the first time I heard it. Hey, Gary. Good to
Hey, what's
see
up,
you. Thanks
guys?
for coming up and joining us.
How you
How's it
doing, Gary?
going?
Hanging out, hogging up all the ugly.
Oh, no way. Thanks for coming up. It's great that you're here. Were you able to get sound stuff figured out?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not a high tech redneck. I'm not even tech savvy at all, but I can read
Oh,
on occasion.
fantastic. All right. Well,
On
good. I'm glad.
occasion, but I'm glad to see you guys.
Yeah, it's good to
It's
get to
been looks
talk
like it's
with
been a minute.
you.
Now you guys get to
Yeah.
see this mug.
Yeah, we get to
Well,
put the
thank you.
face
It's great.
behind the name. That's awesome.
Oh man,
Mm-hmm.
I've been
Yep.
having so much fun listening to you guys. Oh my god, I'm so glad that Mike Lash
Well,
hooked me up with that site. I'm telling you, I needed that.
so,
I got your email.
so
I'll check it out after, Gary.
Oh yeah, I got you some songs on there, man. I've just been today. I found out, I learned that one of my songs, the Ramsey Logan Project songs, is the number 4 song in the top 10 of the strip clubs pole dancing songs.
mm-hmm.
Now I can die happy. I wish my mom was allowed to see this. I didn't know what to say at first. I was like, well, oh, wow. So I just
Good to
shook
see
it
you,
off and I said,
Blue.
okay. Um, I didn't
Lee,
really.
good to
Well,
see you. Thanks for being here.
I've been fighting the flu, man. Terrible. Me and the wife both been fighting the flu. My
Yeah.
throat's raw.
It's going around.
Yeah. A lot of
That's the reason
people,
why
it
everybody
seems like, have been A lot of people have been fighting off something that's going around. My kiddos have some kind of chest cold that they've had for I think a little over a week now.
Yeah.
They're doing a lot better. They're definitely on the mend, but
You guys can hear me okay?
they're still pretty little to have those deep coughs. It always makes my heart hurt.
Oh
But a lot
yeah.
of people have been saying they've been fighting off stuff. Hey, beautiful T, good to see you.
I started to come on and say I fought the flu, but the flu won.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, when you
Yep.
get a certain age, it just takes forever to get over it. You know, same age. Somebody said, "How old are you, man?" I was the same age as my tongue, a little bit older than my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, I've been
Well,
enjoying your
Gary, are you
CD
up for?
music, man. Excuse me. Go ahead, Indy.
Say that again.
I'm sorry.
Say that again, Gary.
I said I was really enjoying everybody's music. I've been listening to Frank's music, and I've been got Ben's CD yesterday. Been listening to that. Oh man, everybody's so good,
Nice.
man.
Yeah.
I'm just like all of you
Oh
guys, man.
yeah.
Everybody's so talented, and the
Yep.
support you guys for each other is really beautiful. It is so beautiful, just the way you guys support each other. And it's unheard of nowadays. Practically
And it's not just with music. It's
everything.
like Indy's channel here. So
Exactly.
many people out there. I think it's really important. We are united. It's a great name, Indy.
It is. It's really
Yeah.
cool,
Thank
man.
you.
I think it's really neat.
Yeah.
I think it's neat.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. It tickles me, man. I'm just like, because I'm usually a lone wolf out there jamming by myself. I got tired of the band thing, so I started jamming with a flash drive. I just record all my stuff, put it on there like a backing track. They said, "Where's your band?" I said, "In my pocket." Easy to set up, easy to tear down. And then I go hire a band if I need one. But I enjoy it all.
Yeah.
Frank keep that with all those guitars. Send me one. I didn't even grab my guitar. Shucks.
Good to see you, Avery Lee. Thanks for being here.
Everybody's coming
Love to
in.
you.
Oh man, you got so many people coming in too. That's cool.
Yeah.
And
Love to see everybody
who
here.
else is singing?
Anthony. You. What
Who else
was
was
that,
going to be
Gary?
singing? Who else is singing?
Well,
Who
you're
else is
up
going to be
next
singing?
if you're up for it.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
see. We'll see who shows.
I can try. I can try. Let me think of something. Because my throat's
Okay.
raw. I mean, that sore throat thing is really. Let me think of something that really sound real cool with a sore throat.
I don't know if it's just on my
Yeah.
end. You're kind of clipping in and out a little bit there, Gary. If you maybe slow down a little bit and say it a little louder, it might help. It could be on my end though. My tech is awful tonight, you
It could
guys.
be me too,
It's
though. I
one of those.
mean,
Yeah,
it
you're
could be me.
fading in and out. Yeah.
It's me.
Let me see if
Yeah.
we have. You know what? Let me try something.
Should I change my mic settings?
Well, I just turned off your echo cancellation and your background thing. So let's see if that's a little
You are the bomb.
better.
Is that better?
Hey, Jorge. Seems to be.
Jorge.
Okay. So I'm trying to think of what I should pick to play. Hang on. Let me get my guitar.
All right, great. Thanks off the wall for being here. Much love to you. You keep doing the things too. Love your channel and all the information you're sharing. Really do. XNYC, I saw you say you're welcome.
I like this. Well,
I don't know if you guys heard me or not. I'm going to be repeating myself, I think, a lot tonight. But XNYC, I saw that you said you do karaoke, and if you want to come up, I'd love to have you up here.
oh, I like karaoke too. My buddies give me a hard time for it, but it keeps my chops up. God.
All right, Gary, what do you want to tell us about this song you're going to play?
Well, first I'm going to tune this guitar. I don't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
This is my story of my life. We got in to get new strings on it. And when I
Hey,
put new strings on it,
Wolverines.
I stretch it and they don't stretch out. This is a song when COVID hit, I was always in a metal band for 25 years. And then COVID hit and locked us all down for a couple of years. They got bored. So I wrote a couple of country songs and just turned into more country songs. And I got to where I liked them. And because the country songs, you just tell the truth. And it's a bar song. This is a song about just sitting in a bar, burned out about life. Ready?
Yep, go for it.
It looks like we shut her down again, just like every night this week. Am I going insane? It's tequila to blame for breaking vows I swore I'd keep. Well, I slide off this stool, I stumble across the floor to that old jukebox, spin something free. And I spade me some Earl to sing me back home. I'm as lonesome as I can be. Down this smoky barroom, down these old bar stools, down that Cuervo bottle. I'll be down when it's gone. Down that old guitar, and down these old sad songs, and down that old jukebox I can't leave alone. And damn me for doing you wrong. This place got everything a man could ever need to make a heartache go away. It's too bad it seems there's nothing in here I see gonna help me out today. I said, hey, that bartender, could you do me a favor? I know you're trying to close up. Would you pour me a double and then leave the bottle? Maybe that'll change my luck. Down this smoky barroom, down this old bar stool, down that Cuervo bottle. I'll be down when it's gone. Down this old guitar, and down these old sad songs, and down that old jukebox I can't leave alone. And damn me for doing you wrong. And down this old guitar for taking me far from home. And damn me for doing you wrong. That was rough on the old throat there, buddy. And I apologize.
Fantastic. Gary, that was great. I love it. I like there were some people adding their own lines into the blues in here in the chat. That was great.
Oh,
too.
yeah. The blues. I love the
Frank.
blues now. I can do some.
That was
do some
awesome,
blues.
Gary.
I like the blues too, man.
I love your voice, Gary. I do. You want to go right?
Even when
Gary?
even when it's raspy and sore.
Yeah.
I love the blues too, though.
Frank, thank you for your super chat. Much love to you always.
You're welcome.
Well, who's next?
Right? That was dang good.
I know a bunch of them old songs like that. I like those old classics, Delta Blues, and stuff like that. The old John Lee Hooker stuff, Robert Johnson.
Well, if you want to go ahead and do one more, and then I know Frank can't stay too late, so I want to get back to him for another also. But since you're already up here, if you want to go ahead and go right into one, and then we'll go back to Frank for maybe one or two.
Like I said, those true stories make the best songs, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I know you love me, and that's alright. You know I got a girl that's already mine. Don't you be sad, don't you shed no tears. You can still be my baby as long as my honey's not here. baby, don't you know that in the morning I need you gone? Damn it. I can't hardly get it to work, man, because my throat's not working. I apologize for that, guys. And drop my
That's all
pitch.
right.
That's what I get for damn
That
being sick.
happens with live
Let me
music.
try this again. Try it one more time. One more time. That's here. I know you love me, and that's alright. You know I got a girl that's already mine. Don't you be sad. Don't you shed no tears. You can still be my baby as long as my baby's not here. Well, come on in. I need you gone. Come on in. You better move along. Come on in. You better disappear. Oh, come on in. You better not let that woman catch you here. Hey, you just shake your foot and make the boys' heads all turn. Well, I heard about your reputation, know that you're gonna burn. Yeah, you're an evil old woman, everybody got a lesson to learn, yeah. I said, now come on in, I need you gone. I said, come on in, you need to move along. Oh, come on in. Don't let that woman catch you here, no. All right, folks, that's about all I can get out of that throat right there. Good Lord. Next time I'll be in healthy. I'll be in better shape.
I love it.
Can't get it to come out right. It's hard to get it to come out.
Sound great.
Well, I appreciate that kind.
Yes,
that's very kind
you.
of you. That's very kind. But
well,
yeah,
I'm glad you're
I like
here.
that. I am too. I mean, enjoy it.
Are you gonna stay up here for a little bit while others are singing?
Yes. Oh yeah.
All right.
I'm in for the. I'm in
15.
for a while.
Thank you so much for the super chat, and I'm right on it tonight. You will see. I noticed that some have commented on the fact that I'm caught up. I know, right? Thank you for those of you who noticed. Love it. Thank you, everybody, for your support.
Oh,
and even for your heckle fit.
I didn't know I could see the chat. Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah, in StreamYard, if you go to comments, it'll show the YouTube chat.
A guitar tuning song, my favorite. Chat, I know, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
all right, 15. Sorry, Frank. What are you going to sing for us next here? And if you want to go ahead and do two more, maybe I thought that might be good since I know you can't stay too late, or not. I can't play too late.
Let's start off with He Got Me Into That Country Feel. So we'll do
all right.
A Million Stars Away.
Okay.
In the morning, I keep calling. She leaves me on the line. In the evening, like the morning, nothing's ever changed. What she does and what she wants to do, she's away with that stuff. Friends say that she's taking me for a ride. Going forward, heading nowhere. I start to lose my mind. Says she loves me because she loves me. Remains a mystery. Well, I think I'm gonna teach her, tell her not to mess smart up. When I see her face, my lips become so numb. She's about a million, just about a million stars away. Love was captured through a bottle. Just can't seem to learn. All around me, pain and sorrow. To the core it hurts. So I drink myself the morning, wake up to a friendly calling as I find myself behind the wall of balls. She's about a million, just about a million stars away. She's about a million, just about a million stars away. So I drink myself the morning, wake up to a friendly calling as I find myself behind all of balls. She's about a million, just about a million stars away. She's about a million, just about a million stars away.
Such a beautiful song, as are all of yours, Frank. Love it.
Thank you.
Blue, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Glad you made it up. All right, Frank, did you want to go right into another?
Sure, I'm going to play one dedicated to 15th Bend, my brother.
Oh, love it.
I haven't played this one on this new 12-string yet. So try it.
Oh, awesome.
Tiresome. When it comes, Lord, it comes from being good, Lord. Like the good book says, Lord. Yeah. I'm tired of some. It's time, Lord, to raise the bar. I'm feel, Lord. You always have my back, Lord. Yeah, I'm tired, son. My good Lord, I always challenge you, Lord, but you never tire me, Lord. Yeah, I'm tired, son. Keep on pushing, keep on fighting, keep on breathing and keep believing. Keep on pushing, keep on fighting, keep on breathing and keep believing. You know we trust in you. I only trust in you.
Absolutely beautiful, Frank. Yeah.
Awesome.
Queenie
Thank you.
That's
says that
awesome.
you sing directly to our hearts and souls, and that's how I feel too. Love it.
Can I do one more for a redemption song before Frank disappears?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here all night. I just
Okay,
can't
I like to check.
play all
I
night.
do
I want
cover
to hear
tunes, but I do
music.
my cover tunes a little differently. See if you guys recognize this.
Okay, you ready?
Yep, I'm like lunch meat. I'm always ready, baby. Ready? Eleanor Rigby picks up the rights at a church where wedding has been. She lives in a dream. She looks out the window, every the face she keeps in a jar by the door. Who is it for? Oh, the lonely people. Where do they all come from? Oh, the lonely people. Where do they all come from? Father Mackenzie, right in the woods to a sermon that no one will hear. 'Cause no one comes near. Look at him working, donning his socks in the night when there's nobody there. Nobody cares. Oh, all the lonely people. Where do they all come from? Oh, all the lonely people. Where do they all belong? Eleanor Rigby died and was buried along with a name nobody came. Kinsey wiping the dirt from his hands as he walks from the grid. No one will see it. No one will see it. They all sing, all the lonely people. Where do they all come from? Oh, all the lonely people. Where do they all belong? Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate that, guys.
that was beautiful, Gary.
Yeah,
That's a
nice
great one.
rendition. Yeah.
Little different. Of course, I am.
Yeah.
unique.
Blue, I heard you say, I saw you say in the comments that you were thinking of doing that one too. I think it'd be
No,
cool
I was just
to have
I was
you
just
do
doing a bit
your
of
own
trolling.
version.
That's all.
Don't be the trolls.
Blue Unicorn
I do
trolls the
play that
best, I
song
think.
though.
Oh, yeah.
Right
I'm a
inside
Beatles
it,
fan,
I like
man.
to hear too.
I'm a
Great to
huge
see you,
Beatles
Blue.
fan.
Hey,
Yeah.
good to see you.
Finally, face to face.
You know, it's funny. I'm not actually a huge Beatles fan, but I really like some of the other indie artists do like their renditions of. It makes me like the Beatles more than I did before. And that's
Oh
one of
yeah, absolutely.
You got to
Mr.
change it
Smith
up.
does
Take it
that,
from
and
where you
that's
found it.
that I like that version too.
Yeah, like I mean,
Yeah.
I say it all the time. I say I don't like Bob Dylan at all, but I could sit there and listen to Valerie play Bob Dylan all day long, no problem. I
Right?
just don't
Yeah.
want to hear
Isn't it
Bob
funny
Dylan
how that
do it.
works that way? And sometimes when other artists do it, it like highlights different
No.
parts of the song or the lyrics or the music to me that stands out more, and I like it more because of it too. So yeah. All right. Well,
He was a
Frank, are
great
you in
lyricist.
for another book before you go, or before you go into chat? I know you're here all night, and I'm
No,
so glad you are.
no, I'm good. I want to hear Blue, and then I'm going to go out to my shed so I can crank things up and take these headphones off.
That important.
Yeah.
No.
I'm
Nice.
good. I really appreciate being up here. Thank you very much for sending me that
Hold on,
link.
buddy.
And thanks to everybody
course.
out there who's supported me and all these kind words. And let's go, Blue Unicorn.
Me?
Yes, sir.
I think technically I'm Blue Unicorn's alter ego.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's okay though. People confuse us all the time. We look
Okay, Roscoe,
back
hang on.
very similar.
Be right back, guys. I
All right.
gotta
Well,
walk a
Blue,
dog.
Blue, I'm gonna turn your mic up. It's sounding pretty low on
Oh,
this end.
I can turn it
Go
up
ahead
on
and say
my
something
end
for
here.
me.
How's that? Is that better?
What's going
Yeah.
on?
Is that better? How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm sitting
Yeah,
kind
and
of
let
far
us
away
know,
from
guys,
it, so.
Oh, go on.
you guys let us know in the YouTube chat too, because it usually is a little different. The sound is different in StreamYard than it is on YouTube. So if anybody's way too quiet or way too loud or anything like that, please let us know in the chat. Thank you. All right, Blue, what are you going to play for us? You want to tell us anything about this song?
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, this one's called Eleanor Rigby, and oh wait,
You are a troll.
I'm just a natural clown. You know what can I say? Can you guys hear the guitar
I'll see
and
you in
everything?
the chat.
Yep, sounding good.
Okay. Okay, well I'm gonna do this one for you. It's one that I just wrote and I don't really know it, so I'm probably gonna
Perfect.
butcher this. But I think I've only played it one other time, so this will be a second for everybody.
All right.
I'll see if I can do it. It might take two to tango, but it only takes one to walk away. Waste of time spinning in your circles, better things to do today. But sitting in a chair in the corner ain't gonna get you there. All the maybes and the mights amount to a whole lot of nothing when you're never going anywhere. So move on, move along. Every time you try to take a step forward, the world spins two steps back. And every time you think a high five's in order, it's just a backhanded slap. But if you let the bastards get you down, that's on you. And all your couldas and your shouldas and your wouldas might have nothing, and nothing is the one you do. So move on, move along. Never listen to the devils in your head when they tell you what you ought to be. Ain't being kind or even got you in mind of one misery and company. Taking off the glove, hit your face, call it love. It's enough to drive you insane. But if you don't even try, one day you'll die and only have yourself to blame. So move on, move along. Ain't time for hiding in a hole when there's business to be done. Don't resign to the end of a story when the new one has just begun. When the pieces all fall in place, it'll happen when you're not aware. I boned it. Ain't no time for hiding in a hole when there's business to be done. See, I told you I was going to do this. I'm going to take a mulligan on second verse. Ain't no time for hiding in a hole when there's business to be done. Don't resign to the end of a story when the new one's just begun. When the pieces all fall together, it'll happen when you're not aware. May not know exactly where you're headed, but the road you're on will take you there. If you don't see the light through the tunnel, too busy looking at the past. You can ponder all your wouldas and your couldas if you want, but you'll only finish last. So move on, move along, move along, move along. Anyway, there you go. I almost did it.
No, it was great. That sounded great, Blue. That's fantastic.
Like I said, I just
think
wrote
it's
it
kind
like
of
last
ironic.
week.
Well, it's kind of ironic, the lyrics too. Saying like just moving on, and then you're just going with it and rolling with it. It was good.
Yeah, and then
Really
I
good.
came to a screeching halt there for a second, and I said, we're just going to keep going.
That happens. I don't know how you remember even half the lyrics you do remember. It's amazing to me.
Man, I was
I do
counting my
remember.
songbook, and there's 150 songs in my songbook. I don't know how I remember. I don't remember all of them, but
Yeah.
most of them.
Well, you do
So
a great
is that
job.
sounding okay? Is my volumes and all that? Is it?
Yep. Yep. Everybody
Okay.
said it sounded wonderful out in chat. Sounded awesome. Yep. I know.
Cool,
Blue,
cool.
I love your style. You have a style and a sound that's all your own. Whether you're doing, like we were just saying, whether it's a Beatles song or a Ween song or anything else, you make it your own, and I love that.
Yeah. Oh, none of you have ever heard of the band Chrome. I'm almost positive.
Chrome?
But then
Nope, I don't
another
think I
band
have.
that you've never heard of called Prong actually did a Chrome song. And then I just learned the Prong version of the Chrome song, but on a nylon string acoustic guitar. So if you actually know the song, you'd be like, what the hell are you doing? Because it's like, dun, 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 and then here I'm going.
Hey,
Anyway, if you knew the song, it's hilarious.
That's neat.
Well, I'm guessing
That is
I'll
really
probably
good.
like it better in your version. I tend better in
Oh,
your version.
maybe. I don't know. You want to hear it? I just kind of learned it
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh,
Go for it.
all right. Here you
That's what
go.
we're here
So this
for.
is called Third from the Sun. There you go. Anti-At-Jack knows who Chrome and Prong is.
Yes,
See?
sir.
Because
Yes.
he knows
That doesn't
things.
surprise me.
So then
Yeah,
here you
I
go,
do.
Auntie.
Right.
Okay, this one's for you, bud. Check this
That I
out.
do.
This will make you loll out loud. See the children caught up in the latest fad. Parents are worried, thinking they've gone mad. Everything's the same. Nothing has changed. Things the same. Nothing has changed at all. Change tomorrow. Taking their axes, making an amber red. Making a noise, able to wake the dead. Everything's the same. Nothing has changed. Everything's the same. Nothing has changed at all. Change tomorrow. Everything's the same. Nothing has changed. Everything's the same. Nothing has changed at all. Change tomorrow. Looking through windows only to see the rain. Way they are moving. Ground zero, attack my brain. Everything's the same. Nothing has changed. Everything's the same. Nothing's changed at all. Change tomorrow.
I love it. Well, I don't know what
This
the
is-
original is to compare it to, but I really love
Right,
that,
right.
Blue.
Right. The original is so heavy and just so weird, and in like Chrome was this like experimental like industrial band from way back in the '80s, and they went on like Helios Creed was the guitarist for Chrome, and I think there might be some connection between Cheetah Chrome, but I'm not really sure. It's just all punk rock stuff. And then Prong was like this real heavy, like grindy, I wouldn't say death metal. What were they? What would you call Prong? They were like real heavy metal, but very heavily
Yeah.
distorted. And so that song, it doesn't, if you know the song and then you hear it being played on an acoustic guitar, people are like, what is wrong with that guy? He's ruining it.
I don't think you were ruining it because it sounded great. And my guess is I'd probably like it better, but I will have to go check those out. I was also thinking we might be providing content here for Valerie Bott and Lady Campion if they do another one. What is it
There
called?
you go,
In the Dark, I think.
Prong. Oh, I was really hoping they would do Residents. Because the Residents is one of my favorite bands. And if they geeked out so bad over Ween, oh man, they're going to lose it over the Residents. What are we seeing?
I'm guessing that I could probably, I could probably go learn a few things along with them because there are a lot of the things I think I'm probably in the dark on too. But that's
right.
kind of what
So I
love.
just did a Resident song. I just did a video. What was it? I was monkeying around. And it's one that people might know. Because Primus did it, right? Remember how I did it?
Okay. Hey, Gary.
Those,
Good to see you.
Okay, here's how I was doing it like this. Skinny was born in a bathtub. He grew so incredibly thin that even the end of an eyedropper sucked him in. Skinny never knew no questions. Skinny never looked at lights. But Skinny sold something every single night. And then I'd go, Right? With a kazoo. It's cool. Anyway, it goes on like that. Hello Skinny by The Residents. Primus did it on one of their
Okay, that was
albums.
awesome. I need to hear more of your whistling, Blue. You have the best whistle, I think, of anyone I know. Gary,
Oh,
thank
yeah.
you so much for that incredible donation. I really appreciate all of your support.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Too,
Hey,
so
if you
thank
have...
you so much. That was really generous.
Yeah. But anyway, Residents is one of those bands that, like, you really need to be in a mood to want to hear it, because they're... Well, basically, they got together as a band to make music for their weird movies that they were making. And then it kind of turned into like this traveling carnival freak show kind of deal. And they all wore like
cool.
You've probably seen the imagery of the big eyeball with the top hat. That's The Residents.
Okay. Yeah. What? Okay. Yeah. That they sound kind of familiar, and I'm guessing probably I've heard them through my brothers, but didn't really pay much attention. So maybe I
They're a
recognize a
very
couple of their songs.
ridiculous band. They're ridiculous. They have a whole album called Toys R Us, where they went to Toys R Us and bought toy instruments and then did a whole album on just Toys R Us instruments.
See, that I feel like that.
Yeah, so they're fun. So I did Hello Skinny, and I thought, nobody's going to know who this is, but the ones who do know who this is are going to know, and they're going to thumbs up that thing. And be like, no way, this old guy playing The Residents on his guitar. But they're still around. I just went and saw them, like, last year. It wasn't quite as the same show, but it was still pretty good.
So you guys know, I don't know how badly you can tell it's happening, but I'm really cutting out on my end. So if I start talking over one of you, or if I just disappear, that's why.
I see.
So sorry about that. Yeah. Basement internet strikes again.
It happens.
William's getting a kick out of it, I know.
Oh, let's see. So you want to hear me whistle? I don't have a lot of time. I need to kind of sort of bounce back over to Clay's. I'm sort of playing hooky at the moment.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what do you want to hear me whistle then, I guess? I could play some Negative Land. That's another band most of you probably don't know. Oh, actually, no, I won't do that because you'll get a copyright claim. Now, here's the funny thing about Negative Land was they got sued by U2 for making fun of them with an album. And, so they went to court and fought the lawsuit and they lost, but they published, the next album came out and it was entitled Fair Use, and it came with like this whole pamphlet on what is fair use and what you can legally do. So I just found it really ironic that I did an open mic one night and I guess it was one of my streams, and I played Man with Four Fingers and it got a copyright claim. I was like, really? Negative Land? Copyright claiming me?
Yeah.
That's pretty lame. But of course, it's the algorithm. Like, they didn't make some conscious decision like, all right, let's Blue Unicorns playing our funny song for everyone. I don't think they did that.
Probably not.
But
yeah,
out of the songs that I do that get these claims, a lot of them are punk rock songs. It's you can't make this up, So much for anarchy, huh?
Right. Yeah, that's true for a lot of the metal bands too, though. I think there are a lot that have kind of maybe sold out a little or a lot.
Right. Yeah, like I took a video of these guys. They were playing Holiday in Cambodia, and boom, copyright claim. Like, but as it was uploading it, it was like, well, there you go. Thanks, Jello, for spreading anarchy the way you do.
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm all for anarchy, but these are mine. All right, that being said, how about, so we don't get into copyright trouble, I will play you guys an original song. I don't remember what I played for you last time, though. I don't want to double up.
Oh, I don't mind if you do.
Let's see, I know I played the A-hole, and then I played... I don't think I played this one. Did I play this one last week? to believe in astrology or some simple free-forming philosophy. Some may lean toward the Trinity and the illusion of its purity. Some may think that the answer's within from behind the scenes of reality. But I often wonder what they would think if the truth was told truthfully. From disciples, from prophets, from lords of the sky, we trace lines over lines in the sand. And the tales are over time, what's the cost if we only remember their lies? So what is the truth of our history? Well, I know what I've read, but I won't solve any mysteries. Is it true because it's written down? What if the facts and the truth was so far more profound? Maybe those books merely scratch at the surface or complete fabrications to project a purpose. Well, we'll never know, and they'll never tell. Maybe it's all just as well. From disciples, from prophets, from lords of the sky, we trace lines over lines in the sand. Well, the message was lost over time. What's the cost if we only remember their lies? The shamans and visionaries, I'm afraid they've all been convicted of heresy, and their warnings have long been forgotten. Their brilliance was burned at the stake. So now we rely on our politics while we quietly, calmly await this apocalypse, ever advancing to further the light. All the wild darkness trails in our wake, and the centuries pass so fast, we find our gods have no sympathy. And the rapture we wait for is nothing more than a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the elders tell tales of a place in the desert where lines were drawn in the sand. The tales are all tall, full of holes and half-truths, and the publishers write down their lies. Their lies. That's good enough, I guess.
Good enough. That's great. I love your originals, Blue. Okay, there's one I really wish I could remember the name of, and I'm not going to remember it at all, and I'm not even going to be able to explain. I'm going to have to find. I'm going to have to find it. I don't think you have it as a standalone song, but you played it. There's 3 parts, I think you said, to it, and you've played it on your last live stream towards the end.
Oh yeah, okay. So that's a 3-part like trilogy type deal called Operation Enduring Bullshit.
Yes, that's the one.
yeah, and
I love that.
there's 3 songs to it, and I wrote it back. Okay, first of all, am I clipping really badly? It sounded like I was. Did anybody notice a lot of that?
Yeah, I think everybody's been saying you've been sounding great, but yeah, in chat, if you can let us know if you were
my interface over here was just screaming red lights at me, and I was hearing it. But anyway,
good to see you.
I wrote that back during the Bush era when they were just invading every damn place on Earth and using all of this propaganda to pound that into our heads.
Mm-hmm.
And, I have this very long-term memory. Like a lot of people have very short-term memories when it comes to history.
Yeah.
And, of course, 1984 is one of my favorite books. I've read it dozens, maybe 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
But so there's parallels to that book as to what was going on in the 2000s. Like Iraq was our ally, but now they're our enemy. And Iran was our enemy, but now they're our ally against Iraq, who's always been our
Right.
enemy.
Yeah.
And it was clearly to me that this was the telescreens just spewing propaganda at us. So it prompted me to write the first song, and then it just continued. So I wrote the second song, and then it just continued. And so I used so each one of them, the first one, Operation Enduring Bullshit, War is Peace. And the second one is called Operation Enduring Bullshit, the dogs drilled for Pavlov, which, if you know who Pavlov was, he was able to condition these dogs to salivate at the sound of a bell.
Mm-hmm.
And so then that one's called Ignorance is Strength. And then the third one is Freedom is Slavery. It's the idea that, and that one comes from the book Watership Down. I don't know if you've ever read that or seen the cartoon when you were
double
little.
speak.
Well, Watership Down had to do with the rabbits, right? And they came across this warren of rabbits who was just perfectly content living in their little hole because the farmer would come drop food down their hole, and they just had a carefree life. They didn't really have to worry about anything. And then one of them would disappear. And so the other rabbits were like, hey, well, what happened to so-and-so? And they're like, oh, we don't talk about that. Just have a good time, relax, And it was because the farmer was eating
Animal
them.
Farm?
Animal
what about
Farm,
Animal
that's
Farm?
a different book. But so the third song comes from this Watership Down, this idea that everybody is perfectly content being slaves and being eaten by the farmer because, it's easy and free and, we just get to sit around and watch TV all day and watch the sports ball games.
Right.
It's that kind of idea. So what? They gave away all of our money to some other country. I'm happy to pay more taxes, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Thanks for being here.
So anyway, that's what that whole thing was. Yep. And of course, there's like an overall, because when I was a kid, you have to understand, when I was a kid, of course, a lot of us in the chat do understand this because they were also kids at that same time. Well, the communists were going to kill us all, just any day now. These commie bastards are going to nuke us and we're all going to die. Well, I'm still waiting for them to do that, because they didn't. And then there was the next enemy and then the next enemy and the next. It just never ends. So that's why I like to caveat that old saying, those of us who study history are forced to watch everyone else repeat it. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's nothing we can do to stop it. It's like, hey, you guys, this has all happened before. Pay attention.
Yeah, I think I was talking with you about this before, Blue, but I feel like I'm one of those people who didn't really pay as close of attention as I should have been for whatever reasons, whether, I've talked about this before too, whether I was behind a spiritual veil or I just wasn't my time or was stuck, hamster wheel. And
it's like a cognitive dissonance. A lot of people just don't want to know these things,
But
because I've been warning people of this stuff for decades, and everyone's like, take off your tinfoil hat, pal. And one after the other, these things come true. And I said, my tinfoil hat works just fine. Maybe you should get one. Because I saw this coming a mile away, and you're just getting to the party, pal.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say, is that I don't know how some of you have stayed as sane as you are, because it's crazy making just in the last 4 years. Right. Like I said, as sane as you are.
Right.
Yeah, but really, it's pretty overwhelming sometimes.
I feel like I'm dumb. Okay, did someone else want to play? So I keep just playing guitar, like I just got up here and says, "Hey guys, it's my show now. Get out of my way."
I'm enjoying you playing, but Gary, did you want to do another? And you are still muted, Gary. You're all.
I don't know what am I muted?
No, I can hear you now.
Go ahead.
Can you? I like the history stuff too, man. I'm a big love for that too, man. Because I'm like you. The Big Brother stuff is happening now.
It is right in front of our faces, and everyone's like, "Whoa, what's happening?"
I told them a long time ago, man, like you did. We saw it coming.
Exactly.
If you don't see it coming, then it's going to hit you. I'm trying to think of something I could probably play. My throat's like killing me a little bit. But okay, I got one for you. It's one of my ballads, since you guys like those. It's called Heartbeat
All
Away.
right,
It goes,
I'm gonna dip out here. I'll be in the backstage. Yeah.
you must have dreamed again last night. Just dry the tears in your eyes. Damn it, man, the damn guitar doesn't knock out a I'm gonna have to pass, man. I'm sorry, guys. My throat's too sore for tonight. This flu's kicking my ass.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
Because when I go squeaky like that, like right there, you know, like it's not helium.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
that's what I
sorry,
was
guys.
saying. There's something going around that's making people have that kind of rap. I think I had it maybe before my kids.
Is that plastic and aluminum in the chemtrails?
Is that what it is? I don't know. Very possibly. I know we're getting sprayed all the time around here. But I've had like a scratchy throat for a while. Kids have it.
But I'll come back when I'm better and be able to do it correctly.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're here, though, Gary.
I'm so embarrassed and mortified.
No, don't be.
I'm actually enjoying this because Blue. Now, Blue looks like my bass player. And I got to send you a picture of my bass player so you can compare. So you can compare pictures of Blue and my bass player. I mean, it's a trip. I'm sitting there looking at him going, holy crap, he reminds me of Tucker.
Isn't that funny when that happens? They say that like everybody has a doppelganger out there somewhere.
Oh, bless mine's heart. I like being ugly, though, because, you know, Halloween kids come to my door and give me candy.
Good one, Gary.
Well,
guys, Gary, is there a song of yours? Is there a video of yours you'd like that's on YouTube that you'd like me to pull up to play?
Yeah, sure. I suppose you can pull up that. Is my song? Let me see. Let me look.
All right.
Let me check.
Or if you want to grab the link, or I can either way.
I got you. Hang on just 1 minute, please.
Good to see you, handsome Ronnie. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I know. I like both versions, Blue and Anti. I see both ways.
There you go. I got you. This one shouldn't get you in trouble, but it's almost like live, you know, kind of sort of. Here you go, kid. Where you want to put it to? Here?
If you put it in the private chat.
Okay. I can do that too.
That'd be probably easiest.
Okay. There we go. So what you think of that?
All right. Bran, if you can grab that to share, and then I will save it to the playlist.
It's actually almost like my material in a way. My throat's so sore. My voice is usually way deeper than this too. More manly. But anything you want to do with it, you guys are welcome to play any songs I got, and I'm cool with it.
Okay. All right. Well, do you want to tell us anything about this song before we play it?
This Colin Hay was the singer for Men at Work. And after they split up, he went on his solo career, and he started writing these really, truly beautiful songs. But this is one of their Men at Work songs that he converted to an acoustic that I always liked, so I did my chance on it. So I had just bought this microphone, and I wanted to test it out, so this came out with it. So
all right,
was straight
great.
raw.
Thanks, Brian.
I can't get to sleep. I think about the implications of diving in too deep, and possibly the complications, especially at night. I worry over situations I know we'll be alright. Perhaps it's just imagination, Day after day it reappears. Night after night my heartbeat shows appear. Ghosts appear and fade away. Alone between the sheets only brings exasperation. It's time to walk the streets, smell the desperation. At least there's pretty lights, and though there's little variation, it nullifies the night from overkill. Day after day it reappears. Night after night my heartbeat shows appear. Ghosts appear and fade away. I can't get to sleep. I think about the implications of diving in too deep, and possibly the complications, especially at night. I worry over situations. I know we'll be alright. It's just overkill. Day after day it reappears. Night after night my heartbeat shows the fear. Ghosts appear and fade away. Ghosts appear and fade away. Ghosts appear and fade away.
Love that, Gary. It's great. Beautiful. I love that. The ghosts appear and fade away. Oh, you're muted. Now you're unmuted again, Gary.
It's always been one of my favorites. I do this other song,
That was fantastic.
Waiting for My Real Life to Begin.
Yeah, really beautiful.
Yeah. When I did Waiting for My Real Life to Begin, and I got nominated for Artist of the Year for doing that song. That's just how
Oh, wow. Yeah. Music man, good
I
to
didn't
see
win,
you.
but
Thanks for
I got
being here.
nominated.
Yeah, I can believe it. That's beautiful. I like how you did the video too. William, thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Hecklefish. Appreciate you. The link is pinned for anybody who might not know. It's open mic for another 45 minutes or so. And if anybody else wants to come up and sing, or if you have a video you want me to share, you can come on up, or you can even request a video from the chat too. That'd be great.
I probably got one more in me, and then I got to bounce probably.
Okay. All right, go for it, Blue.
Looks like it's starting to storm here.
Oh man, I got this great footage, you guys. So right over my back fence is all county property and farm stuff and whatever. We had this troop of elk come through the back field.
Oh, beautiful.
And it was all snowing, and there was a whole bunch of these elk, and they were all these males sitting around, eating the grass and practicing banging heads with each other and stuff. I got all kinds of cool video of that. So I'll put one of those up here in a bit.
That is cool.
Anyway, I'm standing out there freezing. It was like, I don't know, 18 degrees or something. But all the snow coming down and the elk, it was perfect.
Beautiful.
All right. Anyway, let's see. What should I play? What have I learned? What did I learn from this?
Awesome post.
Let's go.
Here, how about if I play it like an old Deep Purple? You guys want to hear old Deep Purple?
Go for it.
Yes.
I'll see if I can remember it. Oh, I realized I forgot my ears. Let me put on my ears real quick. Okay. I always get that one wrong. I see reflections in the water, autumn colors, summer's daughter. And as the year is growing older, I see winter on my shoulder. I stand in the haze, watching storm-made ripples grow on my own. Never knew you needed till I found myself standing here alone. And in the water, such a sad face, slowly drowning, such a sad face. If only I could change the seasons, like a poet, I've my reasons. It started to snow in the middle of July. I wonder why. Never did understand you. My sorrow hangs in the gray skies. In the summer days that flew to the sun on melting wings, but the seasons change so fast, leaves us all behind, blind. And then the stone fell in the water, putting end to summer's daughter. And me, I turn away, remembering all the seasons, such a sad thing. It started to rain in the middle of the sun, winter's begun. Never knew you were needed, my sorrow hangs in the gray sky. There you go.
Really beautiful, beautiful Blue. Love it.
That was
That
very
was so
old
beautiful.
Deep Purple. I think that was their third album.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Richie Blackmore was still in it, I think.
Costa's
Anyway.
saying that he thinks everyone would agree he'd love to hear you do a Jethro Tull song sometime.
All right. Okay.
Can you up for one now? All right. Love it.
It's funny.
Right? Almost like that.
I have to come up with like different things like, oh yeah, well, I think he sounds like me. So how about that?
Nice. Right, I agree with that.
In the shuffling madness of the locomotive breath runs the all-time winner headlong to his death. In the piston scraping, steam breaking on his brow, Charlie stole the handle and the terrain, it won't stop, gonna know where to slow down. Yeah. See the children jump off all the stations one by one. This woman and his best friend in bed and having fun, and he's crawling on his hands and knees. God, he stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop, gonna know it to slow down. In the silence howling, catches angels as they fall, and the all-time winner's got him by the balls, and he picks up Gideon's Bible. Open at page 1. God stole the handle, and the train won't stop, gonna know it to slow down. No. There you go. There's your Jethro Tull for you.
All right. Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you so much for coming up, Blue.
Indeed, indeed. I will see y'all the next time.
Yeah, for sure. We'll go have fun, and I'm sure I'll see you around these YouTube streets here sometime soon.
You will indeed.
Much love, Blue. All right, you guys, I am really cutting in and out. I know I'm trying to be quiet so I don't just robot all over the place, but yeah. So if we just go silent, just hang in there. I'll be back. Yeah, I'm going to have Bran go ahead and share a video here in just a moment. There were a couple of requests in the chat, which I love. The first one we're going to go ahead and do is from 15th Bend, and there was a request from Snooks to play The Pull, which is also one of my, I love all the 15th songs. And I wanted to also share while he's pulling that up, there it is there, Bran, that 15th has a premiere coming up of his latest song on Tuesday. And I'm going to grab that link and I will put that in the chat so everybody can go and check that out. Set a notification for it. And it's going to take me a second to get there, though. I've got too many things I'm juggling at once. But anyway, that will be in the chat in a moment, probably while the song's playing. And please go set a notification so that you guys don't miss that premiere. But thank you, Snooks, for putting in a request. And Pull by 15th Bend.
Up this morning, wondering why. When our eyes met, mine hit reset. It felt like you were heaven sent, made just for me and I for you. Life a game only meant for two, but we both denied it. Tried to fight it, couldn't seem to hide it. Thought I would survive it, yet as the years go by, still think of you and cry. The more I run, the harder the pull on me. Celestial bodies like you might never see. Did I make it up? My mind acting up. I've seen stranger stuff than this in the movies. Explain these forces we can't see. Maybe it's gravity. This attraction can't be denied. Polarity, two sides, one mind. It gives clarity that we were meant to be like high tides, full moon. The pull of you too strong. Been a while since you left, still hang on to the memories. Without you I am distressed. There can be only one remedy, like an unfinished rhyme through space and time. I'll always come back to find that we're pretending we're doing fine. Careful not to cross that line. We'll make it work this time. If we cross that line, then there's no coming back. The more I run, the harder the pull on me. Celestial
Absolutely love that. That is such a wonderful song by all of your songs, 15th. They're just that roller coaster, that ride of emotions you take us on. I love it. Fantastic. And I'm really looking forward to Drive. We've heard the teases from the tease himself, and it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Can't wait. Scars and Shadows, to you. Mushy Love, thank you for being here. Okay. Young. I think Costa just said that he is going to be lurking, but hopefully he can still hear us. And this is by and there it is, Bran. Thank you. All right. Well, we'll see, you guys. I'm kind of seeing how this goes with this open mic music the first half and open mic conversation the second. We still have a little bit of time left if anybody else wants to hop up, or if there's any other songs to play, let us know. Especially, obviously, focused on indie artists. This song rippled my ice. Yeah, one thing I love too about 15th is the quality of the videos that he makes or that you make, 15th. I know you're still out there. I love it. You have a really unique style, I think, that you incorporate into your videos and your imagery that takes, it's part of the journey, much like Pink Floyd. All right, so here is Rocket Man by The Secret Sea.
Hey everyone, my name's Con. Here's my cover of Elton John's Rocket Man. She packed my bags last night, mid-flight, 0 hour, 9 a.m. And I'm gonna be high as a kite by then. I miss the earth so much, I miss my wife. It's lonely out in space on such a timeless flight. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till Georgetown brings me round again to find not the man I think I am at all. Oh no, 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 I'm a rocket man, burning up his fuse up here alone. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time if Georgetown brings me round and get to find not the man I think I am at all. Oh no, 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 I'm a rocket man, burning up his fuse up here alone. Mars ain't the place to raise the kids. In fact, it's cold as hell, and there's no one there to raise them. And all these things I don't understand. It's just my job 5 days a week. Rocket man, rocket man. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round and get to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, 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 I'm a rocket band, burning up his fuse up here alone. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Thank you.
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that one, Costa. Yeah, that was great. I love that song. It's a great song. And, like we said tonight, I love when people do their different versions and put their different spins on it. And it's beautiful. Yeah, a lot of people saying the same here in the chat. Wonderful. Hey, Lady Campion. Good to see you. Mm-hmm. Right? I know. We need more in-person fire pit sitting and singing. But this is the closest we can get for now. So we'll take it. And it's pretty cool that we get to gather, and sing around a virtual campfire with people from all over the world. Yeah, see, Costa says he's getting over a cold too. So yeah, I know. Mine's been like scratchy-ish for probably like 3 or 4 weeks, and my kids have been like really had just a lot of congestion for the last week, and I've heard a lot of people saying the same. So there's something making the rounds. We'll survive. Thank you, 15th. He says, thank you, Indian Snooks. Love it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, 15th. And thank you for letting us share your music. Wonderful. All right. This next one, I saw that Axe and Nacho are here in the chat. This is Mr. Smith and Axe on Axe's, I believe this was on Axe's channel. Correct me if I'm wrong, Axe, but he had Mr. Smith up, and you'll see they were able to make it work out so they could kind of do this kind of collaboration live, which turned out really cool.
You can kind of put something to that, and then I'll come in over top of you. Yeah. Let's see if we can get a little Lincoln Park. Yeah. In the end, y'all. In the air.
Isn't that cool? There's a little teaser for Axe's channel. It's Axe and Nacho. Sorry, it's just usually Axe I know is the one that's there, and sometimes Nacho is, and other times I know she's not able, which I totally get. But Axe and Nacho have an amazing channel. They're incredible at building these songs. I just love to see it. As a non-musician, it's not something that I see or do, and it's really fun to see that part of the process. But Axe, you have a way of putting your own spin on it that I just absolutely love. So yeah, that's a good little teaser for Axe's channel, Axe Nacho's channel. Yeah. A lot of people really enjoying that too. I just thought it was really cool that you guys were able to figure out a way to kind of collaborate in real time also, because I know it's hard to do with delays and all of that too. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Lady C. Right? Me too, Snooks. I love how he builds up to the songs. Okay, well, any other requests from the chat for songs of your own if you're out there as a musician that you'd like us to play, or other indie artists that you'd like us to play? I'm going to go ahead and pull up a couple more that I saw posted this week that I wanted to get to share out with you guys. So let's see, which one will be next? This is one by Scars and Shadow, and she has so many that I think she's already gone to bed, but or gone elsewhere, but I wanted to go ahead and share this one. And I love all of her songs. I mean, I just think that she has such a kind of hauntingly beautiful voice, but not just voice, it's also the style that she sings in and how she creates her music, and her, kind of like with 15th, her videos really like have a style all their own that kind of, bring out and accentuate the songs. And this one is called Cinderella, and it's beautiful.
I'm dancing in the dark, beautiful love. I'm winding down, letting go. The sound of my heart is beating loud. Astounded by your touch. Everybody's gonna feel me today. Told you I love you, then you looked away. Thought I'd kiss the night just to watch it fade. Cinderella, Cinderella. Wanna fall in your arms, beautiful love. Tie me down and hold me close. All around the darkness, here we go. Love the sound. How do we fall when we can't hold on? Hold me close. Everybody's gonna feel me today. Told you I love you, then you looked away. Thought I'd kiss the night just to watch it fade. Cinderella, Cinderella. Stand in the cold. Did you see my right slipper in the dark? And you don't know what I love. Just see my right slipper in the dark. Oh, in the dark. Feel me close. I wanna dance in the dark. Beautiful love, beautiful love.
Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I just love everything you do, Scars and Shadows. And it's a long one, so I'm not going to play it on here, but I have to tell you, so about 2 weeks or so ago, maybe about 3 weeks ago now, Scars and Shadow did a beautiful tribute to the whole kind of YouTube community. And I didn't even know about it. I don't know how I missed it. I didn't see it. I didn't hear about it, and there's just a ton of people that she included in it, and it's just such a beautiful thing that she recognized so many people. And I know it's impossible to like recognize everyone, but go check it out on her channel, you guys, because it really is just a neat tribute that she did, and I was really honored, Scars, that you included me in that, so thank you. But yeah, I was sorry I missed it for so long. I don't know how it was off my radar, but Anti actually shared that with me, and I was really glad that he did. I had not seen it, and I would have been sad to have missed it completely. So thank you so much, Scars. Much love to you. All right, this is Love in Our Hearts, and it's an original song by Colorful Energy, and this is just absolutely beautiful. I had just heard this one. I think it's more recently out, maybe in the last week, and I just heard this over on Metalhead Hippie. He shared this one, and I grabbed it and said, "Oh, I got to play this one tonight too." So here we go. I love that. Isn't that beautiful how she did that? And even just the touch of the rose petals on the keyboard and everything. I saw some people in the chat were asking for the link, I believe, for Scars and Shadows Cinderella. Anti did post it in there earlier. If people still need to get it, maybe put in one more request and Anti can drop it again, or Anti, if you want to just drop it again, that's fine. And then there's also the link for Colorful Energy song that we just listened to as well. Yeah. And Anti, just a reminder again for mods, Anti is dropping the links and other Anti is dropping the links for everything that I'm playing up on panel, all of the playlists for tonight. And then for any artists that are up here or content creators who will be up here in a little bit for the conversation part, that's all Anti. But if there are other creators that you know in the chat, other mods, you are more than welcome to share their links. I know a lot of people in here, most people who come in here are content creators, and I'm always trying to bring people together and network, so please do be sharing links for the other people who are here in the chat. And if you, for some reason, a mod misses you and you haven't had your link dropped and you'd like it, just go ahead and ask. Just ask once. Somebody will see it and we'll make sure it gets in there. Thank you. Thank you, Bran, for sharing all these links too. I appreciate you. I saw that Charlie was here in the chat. Let me see. I know he put out a new one recently I wanted to play. And oh, this is perfect too because we were just talking a little bit about the Beatles. Get this in the right place. And then we're going to be go ahead and be transitioning here pretty soon to more of our fireside conversation. But we'll still scatter a little bit of music probably throughout that as well. Good to see you, Derail. Thanks for being here. Yeah, thank you, Anti, for dropping all those links. There's that one again. Wonderful. And Snooks, yep, I did see your request. We will grab that in a little bit. We are just about to wrap up the music part. I'm going to try to stick to this as much as possible. But, we're always kind of going with the flow. All right, here is one of the latest released by Charlie Gabaldon, a cover of The Beatles in My Life.
There are places I remember all my life, though some have changed, some forever, not for better. Some have gone, and some remain. These places had their moments with lovers and friends. I still can recall. Some are dead and some are living. In my life I love them all, but of all these friends and lovers, there's no one compares with you. His memories lose their meanings when I think of love, something new. I know I'll never lose affection for people and things that went before. I know I'll often stop and think about them. In my life I love you more. I know I'll never lose affection for people and things that went before. I know I'll often stop and think about them. In my life I love you more. In my life I love you more. If you guys like that, give it a thumbs up. Till next time, see you in the funny papers. Bye-bye. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
And I love how Charlie always does something he calls a snippet at the end of his songs. And it's just like a little teaser for another one of his songs, which I think is such a great idea. And it always makes me want to go and listen to more. So fantastic, Charlie. Love how you did that one. It was really great. Okay, let me see here what's going on in the chat here for a second. Sorry, guys, I'm kind of all over the place, scrambling per usual. Yeah, I saw, William, I saw your comment about we're going to keep doing music so I don't have to talk. Yep. This is about as few people as I will allow up on panel before I just end it. So, the link is pinned if anybody else wants to come up. Yeah, that was fantastic, Charlie. Lots of good compliments here in the chat as well. And we are getting, the next song is by... channel links get dropped here too. And this is a really, really great song called Hardball.
destruction ruptured our upper class. Improve the future while acknowledging the past. Cause as long as we're afraid, we're all just volunteers. Till we tell them we can't hear them when they whisper in our ears. Damn me if I do. Damn me if I don't. Hang me if it's true. Tie me up in knots. What else can I do? What else have I got? How do we get through? Find the weakest spot. Yeah! Clashing contradictions, punishing the victim, striking while the iron's hot. Crash against the system, ride the cataclysm, shake it like it's all you got. That's all you got. That's all you got. That's all you got. That's all you got. Hey, don't let it motivate. Freedom's right to fight. We will determine our fate. Dare to elaborate? Let me put this in a way you can relate. Disrupt, destruction, rupture, upper class. A little flex before we knock them on their ass. Gap so wide we won't hesitate. Come calling, visit now behind the gate. Damn me if I do. Damn me if I don't. Hang me if it's true. Tie me up in knots. What else can I do? What else have I got? How do we get through? Find the weakest spot. Clashing contradictions, punishing the victim, striking while the iron's hot. Yeah! Crash against the system, ride the cataclysm, shake it like it's all you got. That's all you got. That's all you got. That's all you got. That's all you got.
Yeah, that one just can't help but like totally energize you, right? Move. I love it. Love everybody's responses in the chat too. Right? One half of Ninth Gate, Frank says, which is they have with, I hope I get this right. It's Frank also, so it's Gary Hebs, Hetriani, Frank Turzo, and 15th Bend. I believe. I hope I have that right. But yeah, fantastic. Can't get much more talent than that. Bran, I know you have to take off. Thank you so much for being here and for all your help sharing screens and all of that and dealing with all my basement internet issues. Much love to you.
Mm-hmm. I can't do much for filling dead air, but
Yeah.
with that for my soothing lullaby, I'll bid you good night.
Thank you.
Good night, Bran.
Much love to you. And Bonnie, thank you so much for coming up. It's good to see
You're
you.
welcome. I didn't want to see you struggling.
And the scream and fail.
I know the struggle is real.
Appreciate you, Bonnie, always. Well, I'm glad you're here to chit chat with me. Yes, Music Man, you are more than welcome to come on up. The link is pinned. I'll change it so it doesn't just say music. But if any musicians want to come up, you know, this is not set in stone. We're just going with the flow. So we'll see how the conversation goes. Oh, thank you, Brew. Appreciate you too. Much love. I know those lyrics are so powerful. Yeah, Gary, I love that song, and I love what Hetriani added to it. And that's one of those things too that's really great about this whole indie music community is all the collaborations that happen, because I feel like, you know, Frank's a good example of that. He's put out a few songs now where he's put out kind of, I call it like a stem song. Like he puts out like a you know, kind of a more broken down basic, I don't, in a positive way, version of it. And then he invites other artists to add to it. And I know a lot of the artists do that. And it's just great. It ends up just being more incredible music. And usually I like all the different versions and listen to them at different times, you know? Yeah,
That's
definitely
cool.
amazing. Yeah.
I love to see that when they have musicians all around the world doing one song. I don't know how they get it together, and get it exactly right, but it's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is amazing how people. Well, I think that's part of what I liked so much about what Axe and Nacho and Mr. Smith were able to do, because I know so many artists wish they could just, like get on here and do a collaboration live or do a duet live,
Yeah.
but with the timing and delays, it just doesn't work out. But they, with the looper and being able to mix it like that, they were able to make it work, which is pretty cool. Yeah, thank you, Bran, again for all that you do behind the scenes. Much appreciation to you. Have a good night.
Absolutely.
Nook said she danced it out. Yep, absolutely, Gary. Gary, I'd love for you to come up sometime. I know your life's busy and you've got kids, and I think you're like I am, where it's like you stream when you can. So I get it if you can't, but I would love for you to come up. So I just want you to know the invitation's an open one. Hey, Chris, good to see you. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, I have
Indy
a 5-year-old sleeping beside me, waiting for
Yep.
her mom to get off work. And I was like, I'll try it, but
Yeah.
I'll just mute when her mom comes in and starts talking to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, my 5-year-old usually ends up still climbing into bed with me at some point in the wee hours of the morning. And so I'll wake up in the morning with like a foot in my back or a leg over my stomach or something. I mean, she's my little snuggle bug. So she's like all up against me. It's funny. But, I figure, these times are fleeting, and, when she still wants her mommy like that, I'll miss it when she doesn't,
Yes, enjoy it while you can.
Yeah. Good to see you, Feisty. Thanks for being here. All right, guys. Well, the link is pinned, but I will kind of change it there a little bit and change it so that it's not just saying musicians, but anybody who wants to come up at this point is welcome. Bonnie said she's going to try to share a screen for me. So let me go ahead and grab a couple other songs here. Or maybe we'll do more of like get more into the politics here soon.
Uh-oh.
I know. I wish I could try to share my screen, but I think it's not gonna work very well. All right, well, this is one that I really did want to share tonight. So let's see if we can get this. I'll go ahead and have you do it and see if that works out. So I'm gonna put it in the private chat, Bonnie. So while you're doing that, Bonnie, do you want to share anything about what's going on on your channel? You've been doing some great lives lately and getting some good conversations going over there.
Sorry, I was muted. We did last night. I had Ronan and Chuck up on panel, and we were talking about prepping of all things, and then it turned into talking about God and the Word, and I read Proverbs 3, and Ronan just took off with it, and he does amazing with explaining the Word, and it was I thought it really went well. Hopefully,
yeah, that's great.
Else too, but
yeah, I love it. Do you find that even when you plan something, things kind of take a turn, but sometimes it like ends up being really beautiful. Like you can just tell it's kind of, naturally flowing.
That's exactly what happened last night. So the title was Rolling in the Deep. And so my thought was deep state, deep, and so I had taken all these notes and wrote it all out, and it was going to be kind of gloomy. is it not really gloomy, but just like a warning. And then it just turned out completely different, and it just flowed. It was just, and that's really the best ones. Whenever it's just generic, you don't know what's going to happen, and it usually turns out to be one of your best.
Right? Yeah, that's what I found too. Yeah, there's been a couple because usually I have like a list of videos to kind of pull from, or and then different song videos to pull from too, and ideas that I've got together. But there's been a couple weeks where it's like, nope, we're just gonna do open panel and see who shows up and just wing it and go with it completely. And a couple of those have really been some of my favorite ones. So
Yeah,
it just sometimes just no, just
that's
happens
it.
that way for a reason, I guess.
People, it's the chat, and we had a lot of interaction with the chat last night, and that's what makes it, is everybody
Yeah.
getting involved and talking, and it
Yep.
just
Absolutely.
turns out great. Awesome
Yeah.
chat matters.
Yeah, chat does matter. That's right. And lurkers matter too, as do all
Right.
the people who come back. I'm always surprised by how many people come back and watch it after it's no longer live. So, hello and
Mhm.
thank you to all of you who come back and do the replay. Somebody says Team Rewind, I think. But yeah, I appreciate that. And also for those of you who come back and leave comments, it's really great.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. And, for the algorithms and all of that, mumbo jumbo too, but also just because it's nice to see who does come and watch it after the fact and have some little interaction there. So
Yes.
appreciate you all.
I have one that always puts a thumbs down, and they said they do it because it does help with the algorithms.
Oh, really?
Okay.
That's funny. Right before, so I've heard people talk about how they get thumbs down, but I don't really go into my YouTube studio that much.
Yeah.
But I was trying to. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I'm gonna check and see. Yeah, that stupid heart is there. I was trying to figure out. I knew how to remove the heart, that floaty red heart that's in YouTube. It's called live reactions, but I think that YouTube moved it again because I can't find it where I used to be able to find it to turn it off. So anyway, backstage right before this, I was back in my YouTube studio while some of us were back there, and I never look in my YouTube studio, but I found my dislikes where it shows you like the percentage of likes to dislikes.
Oh, yeah.
And I haven't had very many. I was kind of surprised, but I guess I know that like everybody ends up getting some, but I did have a couple on a few videos here and there. So it just kind of amused me more than anything else. Maybe somebody's trying to help my algorithm too, but more likely
Right.
there's some trolls out there,
But
Yeah.
I think YouTube takes. I never look at it either because
Right. I think so too.
there's been a couple of times when I've been over 900 subs, and then I'll like think, wow, I hit 900, and then I'll go back and look at it, and it's like 850 something or something, and I'm like,
Yeah.
well,
Oh yeah.
kind of weird, but
You
that's
know,
the only I've ever.
Right, like how the algorithms work too, I definitely saw it. People told me this happened, and I mean, it was 100% true for me. When I hit, here, I'm gonna do something real quick. There we go. Oh, nope, not that. Okay, when I hit 1,000 subs, that is when I stopped losing subs. I was losing subs every night. I mean, like it'd be anywhere from 5 to 20 every single night.
Yes.
For months until I hit 1,000. And once I hit 1,000, then I stopped losing subs. I did not lose any more subs until, I don't know, sometime just recently, just in the last couple weeks, I started losing subs again. But it's only a couple here and there, so who knows?
Oh
Who
no.
knows?
Yeah,
But I mean, it was a notable change
and you can
between.
tell because it's always an even number, like 20 or 30,
Yeah.
or
Yep.
it's
Good to see you, Deb. Thanks for being here and lurking. Yeah, Frank says I can still remember how heartbreaking it was to see when my kids were sick. Sending love to Shamrock. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I know it's so hard, and my kids have been fighting this like respiratory thing, and they're so little. It's like they don't really know. They can. It's obviously it's gross. Whatever. It's life. They can get it up. They can get it out, but they have to really fight. Like they're so little, they just have to really fight at it when they're that congested. But we've been doing lots of chicken broth and lots of raw honey and tea and things like that, like kind of more natural remedies. And they've been
good.
doing really well. They're doing really well. They're definitely past the worst of it, so that's good.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about last night. I had seen a video where this lady took a banana and just cut it up and
Thanks,
put it in a pot with water, boiled it, and then she just strains the water off of it and drinks it for a tea for potassium.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Interesting. Yeah. I know there's so many natural remedies out there, and really like all medications are like a synthetic version of the natural counterpart, you know? Just really a
yes,
way more for the big pharma to make money than anything else, in my opinion. But yeah. So, you know, that's some of those old ways that some of us are trying to learn again, you know, or bring back and revive a little, which is really cool.
it
I know
is.
I've learned a ton from being in the prepper community, and not just from who's up on panels speaking, but also from all the information that's shared in the chat.
Oh
You know, it's
gosh,
really.
yes. I
Hmm.
was watching Rescue the other day, and when the chickens were hatching, and the chat
Oh yeah.
was the ones telling him each thing to do, each
Yep.
step, and I was like,
Oh, 100%.
man, I just love
Yeah.
this community. And
Uh huh.
so I confessed last night, I'm pretty prepped on how to stay warm if there's no power or how to stay cool, but not really doing real good in the food and water department. and,
Hmm.
and Ronan's like, that's probably like the most important part.
Well, so you get a little kick in the pants and accountability here and there too.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. We need that. I've asked some people to remind me about things. I'm like, yeah, bug me about that. I haven't done that still. Yeah, keep bugging me about that. I still haven't done it.
I
Yep.
know. The canning is just, and as Ronan said, just try some water. Start with water and see what happens. Because it's
Yeah.
been so long since I used to do it with my grandmother. You just forget whenever you don't keep doing it. And I know so many people in here, that's their way of life. And
Mhm.
that's great that they have been able to keep that tradition going throughout the years and generations. I
Yeah.
love seeing that. That's what we all need to be doing, I
Right.
think.
Yeah. Well,
What's
even, you know, you were talking about rescue stream. Hold on one second. I've got to do something really quick.
Sorry.
Mr. B! I don't have the reverb and everything. It's not as cool as when he does it, but there you go, Mr. B. And lurking is appreciated as well. Oh, somebody said, Bruce said that now Rumble is taking away subs and likes as well. Huh. I hadn't heard about that. Oh,
Oh
that's a
wow.
little, yeah, that's a little sad to hear. Yeah, but I was gonna say for fifth or for rescue stream when he was doing the chickens hatching, which was really fun to watch. I shared that with my kids, and of course
Yes.
and I saw so many people comment that their kids or grandkids were watching, and they loved it. But I learned a ton, like you were saying, I learned a ton along with rescue. You know, and I'm
Yeah.
not doing hands-on, but I'm still learning what it takes to do it and how to do it correctly. And, you know, I know Rescue learned some things he's going to do a little differently next time. And I learned those things too. And then I'm talking about it with my family. And, you know, we're hopeful to be able to be in a place where we can do a little more homesteading and have chickens or quail. And it was really good to get to learn some of these things along with him. And my kids are learning it through watching this too. So it's pretty amazing. Pretty great community we have here.
Yes.
Kinger, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Saw you came in.
I need to ask him how big his coop is because I see that he lets them run just right there under the coop. And I thought they had to have a really long run. I just need to ask him some questions.
Yeah.
I'll have to do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how big it is. And I think there's some things he kind of wishes he would have maybe done differently on that too. But you know, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's all a learning process.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I agree, Shamrock. Like the neti pot, those things work really well. I haven't done that with my littles yet. I don't think they'd be able to do it very well, but maybe. We haven't needed to really. I think we'll try it sometime. My
There's
son's the oldest. He'll be our guinea pig.
right. There's also I have a granddaughter that has asthma really bad, and her mother did too. And there's this ceramic I shouldn't have even mentioned it because I can't think of the name of it, but it's just like an inhaler, but it's with Himalayan salt and water. Um, or maybe it's just the salt, Himalayan salt. I don't know, but she said it works pretty good whenever it's an emergency.
Did you say, I'm sorry, to do like a saline or a salt rinse?
No, you just like breathe it in. It's the glass. It's like a ceramic, and it's shaped where it kind of curves and has a mouthpiece, and
Mm,
you just inhale that Himalayan salt, and
okay.
for her asthma. And so it seems like it would work for any kind of a respiratory something going on.
Yeah. Corrupt. Thanks for saying hi. Yeah, I totally get it. I know. I had a few other people that were planning to come up tonight that weren't able to make it because they're under the weather too. You were saying there's definitely something going around.
Yes,
Um, which
I
is
just
another thing I think that's good for us to talk about because we can kind of keep track like, oh, okay, this is something that's hitting all different parts of the United States right now, you know?
yes,
Really.
I just got over it, and I
Mhm.
was so mad. And to Snook's question, no, it was not a neti pot. Um, just letting her know. Uh,
Nice,
I
Mr. Bean.
had I had plans to go to Dripping Springs whenever they had the convoy, and
Mm-hmm.
knowing that Ted Nugent was going to be there, I was like, "Oh, I'm not going to miss this," and had it all planned out and everything because there were people that I know that were going, and that Sunday before, boom, in bed, fever, everything, and I was like, "No, this can't
Yeah,
be happening."
I know it's Murphy's Law, right? Yep. Yeah, I know how that goes. Thank you to
Yeah.
everybody dropping links for all these content creators out here. Love it. Go sub each other up. I'm always surprised sometimes when I hear people say like, "Oh, I just subbed up so and so," and I'm like, "What? I've been dropping that link for months." Like, you guys go sub each other. It doesn't hurt. There's nothing wrong with it. You can't do anything wrong, but it does help people, even if, and then maybe you'll end up, going and finding out their lives sometime and checking them out or something along those lines.
Cut the grass. Who said that? Bond 75.
Right,
Kind of
Frank? A
like,
lot of people practice that. Hey, Pureblood, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Snook says 4 shots helps even better.
right.
Yep.
I did see something about hot toddies.
Yeah, not in a. You're right. Yep. Lots of people have followed that. That's definitely an old remedy.
Yes.
Jane, I don't know if I got to say it yet. Hello to you. Thanks for being here. I hope you're doing well.
Even if you don't
Vaughn,
feel
thanks for
good,
being here. Much love. Appreciated your gift dancing. Right?
you drink enough of them, you don't care that you don't feel better.
Right. There's that too. Yep. Fantastic. Well, Bonnie, I put a link in
Yes,
the private chat. If you're able to share that, that'd be great. If not, I'll try and see how it works, and we can just do a test
I
and see how
have
my
it pulled
connection
up.
is.
Let me see what I can do.
Okay, thank you. And then, yeah, I keep saying I'm going to do this, but I haven't. I'm going to go ahead and. Oh, hold on. Just checking some comments behind the scenes here, guys. All right. I'm going to grab that link that I keep saying I'm going to repost in there so everybody knows you're all welcome to come up. It's open mic for anyone who'd like to come, and not just musicians, but anybody who'd like to come up and talk. All right. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking I have some things I wanted to share that have to do with the border Okay, wait, let's go ahead and before we get into that, but I think we'll kind of go into some border talk here and illegal immigration and all the things going on. There's so much going on. It's crazy.
Oh, yes.
Time. But yeah, here we go. Perfect. Thank you, Bonnie. Okay, so this is a cover of a Billie Eilish song, and it's by Leni Perez and Lori's Mishmash. Really beautiful how they did this. Very fun.
I used to float, now I just fall down. I used to know, but I'm not sure now what I was made for. What was I made for? Taking a drive, I wasn't ideal. Look so alive. Turns out I'm not real, just something you paid for. What was I made for? 'Cause I don't know how to feel, but I wanna try. I don't know how to feel, but someday I might. Someday I might. When did it end? All the enjoyment. I'm sad again. Don't tell my boyfriend it's not what he's made for. What was I made for? 'Cause I don't know how to feel, but I wanna try. I don't know how to feel, but someday I might. Someday I might. Think I forgot how to be happy. Something I'm not, but something I can be. Something I wait for. Something I'm made for. Something I'm made for.
Beautiful. Yeah, I just thought that was such a beautiful cover that they did together.
That was
Really
very
fun.
pretty.
Yeah, Lori and Leni are both amazing, and Lori does so many different well, Leni actually does too, quite a few collaboration, and it's really great to see. You know, I'm all about the collaborations. It's fantastic. Mhm.
Uh-oh. Give me
Okay.
just 1 second.
Yep.
We're in search of a sippy cup.
Yeah. Go for it. Thank you, Anti, for sharing that link out. All right. I think I'm missing some things here in chat. Sorry, guys. Right? Lovely voice that Leanie has. I know. It's really just sweet and beautiful. And she plays the ukulele, which I shared on here before too. But I love the ukulele. I just think it's such an uplifting instrument. You know, it just always has such a positive tone to it. Right? Yeah, this just typifies the love in these communities. Excellent choice. Yeah, thank you, Frank. I agree. I think they did such a great job on that. Right, Ducks? Lori did a great job on doing this collab with Leanie. Yeah, I mean, very gentle, right. I love all the collaborations, whether it's of something like Hardball or something like this, you know? It's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just catching up here a little bit. Yeah, Lori does really great shorts as well. Oh, if you guys didn't see, I did do a couple of shorts finally. I know I've been kind of slacking on getting those made. It's because I always have copyright claims on my videos, so it's one of those things YouTube does where there's something called a remix button, and if you don't have copyright claims, then you can go and use the remix button, and it's really quick and easy to make a short. But if you get a copyright claim, not a strike, but just a claim, it removes the remix, and so then you have to actually like go and I have to screen record and then clip it, and it just takes a lot longer to do. So I haven't been making as many shorts, but I do have a bunch I know I still want to make from a couple of my last lives. But I did do a couple of Frank Turzo, including one because it had to be made of him singing My Ding-a-ling. So if you haven't gone, go check out those shorts and leave some comments. And if you missed Frank Turzo singing My Ding-a-ling, you really missed out. But you can at least catch the short of it or go back and watch it in the stream.
I'll have to go look for that.
Yep. Okay, well, I'm going to try sharing this and see if it works. Let me know if you can see it okay. This is from a channel on X now. I guess I still call it Twitter. And I'm still Twitter banned, but it's called Kanakoa the Great. And it's about the border. It says America's illegal immigration crisis is shattering century-old records with alarming numbers. And it shows here, let's see if I can zoom in so you can see it maybe a little better. It shows the numbers. If you start down at the bottom, we'll just start here. In 2010, it said that this is the number of illegal immigrants coming across the border. There were 463,382. In 2019, that had gone from 463,000 to in 2020 or 2000. Yeah, we'll go 2020. 405,000. Oh, I'm sorry. No, 2019. That's the one I wanted to highlight because look at this, 859,000. So there was that huge jump. I mean, it almost doubled.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of reasons people can think of about why that might have happened in 2019. But then if you look in the last few years here, it's gone from in 2020 only 405, which is kind of surprising that it was lower. I don't know what would have caused that dip, except for maybe with lockdowns, I'm guessing at that time. And then in the last few years, how it's gone from almost 2 million, almost 3 million. Now we're at over 3 million. 3 million.
Millions. Yes.
Yeah. It's absolutely crazy. But I thought I'd go ahead. I'm going to try to play this video. Please let me know in the chat right away, you guys, if it's just totally glitching out because I don't share screens very often. But right now, my connection seems okay. So I'm going to try for it.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders. It matters how you control your borders, not just for immigration, but it matters for drugs, terror, a whole range of other things.
When I took office, I committed to fixing this broken immigration system. And I began by doing what I could to secure our borders. Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous. If you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace.
Not fair to Americans. So you have to hold employers responsible in this measure here. Hold them responsible that they have to hire Americans first. Only if there's no Americans available for the job should we be promoting the idea of bringing in extra workers, in my view.
I don't know why we need millions of people to be coming into this country as guest workers who will work for lower wages than American workers and drive wages down even lower than they are right now.
People in the country should have the first opportunity to be able to have jobs that pay well and have jobs that are decent, and that after that, the second crack goes to what we may need from other parts of the world.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. Until the American people are convinced that we will stop future flows of illegal immigration, we will make no progress on dealing with the millions of illegal immigrants who are here now and on rationalizing our system of legal immigration. It's plain and simple and unavoidable.
Ladies and gentlemen, no great country can say it is secure without being able to control its borders, period.
The bill before us will certainly do some good. It will authorize some badly needed funding for better fences and better security along our borders, and that should help stem some of the tide of illegal immigration in this country.
I would radically ramp up the number of border security guards we have, the use of electronic surveillance material we have to guard the border, and the number of what they call virtual fences. They're not literally fences, virtual fences from aerostat balloons on to whereby we can control the border. Much, much better.
So there are places where having a fence and extending the fence makes sense, and I voted for that. So it makes it more difficult for people taking large commodities of drugs to have to come around for us to be able to intercept.
I've been arguing for the need to put more protection at our borders, meaning that you have more border guards. This president, refusing to add the number of border guards, now said he has to send the National Guard down. He vetoed. He was against adding the number of border guards. I only can suggest the reason he was is because he needed that money for his tax cuts that were unnecessary. I'm not being facetious. I'm being serious. Again, show me what you value. He had put a higher value on tax cuts for the wealthy than he did on protecting the border. And all of a sudden, the public responds, and now he says, now we got to send the National Guard down there that's already overstretched by God knows how much.
I voted for a fence. I voted, unlike most Democrats, some of you won't like it, I voted for 700-mile fence. People are driving across that border with tons, hear me, tons of everything from byproducts from methamphetamine to cocaine to heroin. It's all coming up through Mexico.
Almost all of the fencing mandated by the Congress has, in fact, been completed. 645 miles out of 655 miles that was mandated. The result has been a 23% decrease in illegal immigration in 1 year alone.
We've had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders since George Bush took office. It has become an extraordinary problem. And the reason the American people are concerned is because they are seeing their own economic position slip away. And oftentimes, employers are exploiting these undocumented workers. They're not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws.
When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration, which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong, and we have to change it. Above all else, the American people want their government to be serious about protecting the public, enforcing the rule of law, and creating a rational system of legal immigration that will proactively fit our needs rather than reactively responding to future waves of illegal immigration. People who enter the United States without our permission are illegal aliens, and illegal aliens should not be treated the same as people who entered the U.S. legally.
So I think what you have to do is you have to have a significant increase in the security at the border, including limited elements where you actually have a fence. People can go over and under a fence, but you can't take 100 kilos of cocaine over and under a fence. And what you do when you have limited places where fences are in populated areas, you force these drug dealers and others around, making it easier to apprehend because there's fewer places to come through.
We have a commitment to secure the border, yes. What are the options that we have available to us? Let's make sure they work. Because we do, while we need to address the issue of immigration and the challenge we have of undocumented people in our country, we certainly don't want any more coming in.
It's amazing how the free enterprise system and our conservative business friends talk about free enterprise and the right of competition and supply and demand. Yet there's one whole category of people they want to be allowed in on work permits that will take away jobs of Americans right now. We need seasonal agricultural workers, it makes sense, and we need special H-1B people where we don't have enough people to fill spots that are needed at the high end, the high-tech end. I understand that. But I don't go for this idea of having the allowance of a significant increase, several 100,000 people a year, to take regular jobs, particularly in the construction industry. When you have another 300,000 people competing to hang drywall, figuratively speaking, or to carry bricks up a stairway up to the 15th story of a building, or to do a lot of other work in the construction area, guess what it allows the employer to do? Keep the wage lower. We have plenty of Americans that take those jobs. We don't have Americans who aren't willing to take those jobs. But the reason why the employers want this extra influx on a temporary basis, in my view, is it drives costs down.
We all agree on the need to better secure the border and to punish employers who choose to hire illegal immigrants. For those who enter the country illegally and those who employ them disrespect the rule of law, and they are showing disregard for those who are following the law. We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country.
15 years from now, we're going to be saying, what are we going to do about the flow of illegals into the country of the United States of America? So they're the elements of the way I'd go about dealing with it. It's hard, it's difficult, it's susceptible to demagoguery, but the basic facts are employers have to be held accountable for unscrupulous practices, bringing people here in order to keep wages down. We have to protect our border by putting more infrastructure and investment in the border to be able to control it, not just for immigration, but for drugs. And we have to provide a pathway for the people who are here that earn the opportunity to become American citizens.
We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
Remember the fake birth certificate?
Yeah, I do remember that. There were some comments that were brought up in chat about that too. I'll get to in just a second. I went ahead and put. Oh, I think I'm still. Yeah, there you go. I went ahead and put that link in the chat for those of you who might want to grab that or share it or go watch it again. What stood out to me? Well, first of all, hey Snooks, thanks for coming up. Music Man, PKS, glad to have you here.
Hi, everybody. Hello, chat.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Do I sound okay?
Yep, sound great.
Not
Yeah,
too
one of
loud.
the things that stood out to me about that video is obviously just seeing the hypocrisy of what
Yes.
people were saying before and what they're saying now. And I think that just goes to show the level of kind of gaslighting that happens on the people around the globe, but definitely here in the United States by our politicians. They're supposed to be our representatives who represent us, but yet they're completely going against what they said themselves, was true, that people don't support illegal immigration. And that's something that is bipartisan. And yet here we are.
Yeah.
Well,
I just wanted to say something. In getting a lot of stories to Jeff, I follow immigration and a lot of the stories on this, and the majority of illegals coming over now are Chinese.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not the Mexicans, it's not the South Americans, it's Chinese. Where are they coming from?
China.
How are they getting here?
I want to say
No,
China.
Planes.
no, it's not. No, it's
They
not
got the
China.
money to come here.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking how are they getting here?
They're
Well, a
on
lot of
planes. Bought and paid
yeah,
for.
it's actually
Their family.
no, actually, a lot of it is happening through the UN, and it's being supported by taxpayer dollars here
Yes,
in the
it
United
is.
States. So we're
Yes, it
sending
is.
money to the United Nations, and then they are funding them. And they're actually, I mean, that's why a lot of times you'll see people coming who have brand new shoes or have all matching shirts and pants. Not necessarily completely matching, but you can see they're crisp and clean and new. And that's part of that, is that these NGOs are being supported by the UN, and that's almost a form of money laundering in a way, because it's taking the money from the people that is intended mostly for here in our country, and then now it's sending it and filtering it through the UN, filtering it through these NGOs, and then the money's ending up supporting illegal activity. It's illegal for them to be coming here. So
Well, yeah, it is. And our government's just screwing us over left and right.
yeah. And I do
Well,
want to say, I mean, I think it's what you're saying too, PKS, that, I agree with legal immigration. I have no problem with people who want to come here. They support our country and what our country, um, the foundation of our country, our beliefs here. And I support them coming here legally and going through that process. I do think there probably are changes that could be made to that process to make it less costly and more accessible for more people. But that, even believing that, that doesn't make me support the illegal passing of people coming over here, because all this is leading to a huge increase in fentanyl and other drugs that are coming in. There's all of the security issues at play of people coming into. I mean, we're paying how many billions of dollars to support the border in Ukraine, but then our border's wide open. I mean, it just makes no
yes.
sense. It just doesn't make any sense to me,
Can
except
I?
that
It's
it's kind of
called.
being pushed. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, Mr.
They
B,
like.
want to say hi before we.
They like to have confusion. That's what they
Yeah,
like.
I just want to say
And
one
you
thing.
did.
Be careful mentioning Ukraine.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're talking about everything here. We were talking about
Okay.
COVID and
Yeah.
everything else too. I mean,
Okay. All right.
yeah,
I
or
get really
help me
scared.
rebuild. I'll just say it now for future when this channel gets, because I'm sure at some point they're going to rein the algorithms back in, and all of anybody who's mentioned, anything important over the last 4 years that's happened, we're going to get struck down again. We've seen it happen before, and I'm sure it will happen again. So,
Yeah.
we're
Educational
here
purposes
until we're
only.
not.
And yes, what
But
Jerry
thank
Lee
you.
said, invasion. So,
Yeah.
um, did y'all see Greg Abbott today?
I did not.
No, I didn't.
He he was at the border, and he is building a military base that's gonna fit about 2,000 National Guard, mess hall, their own rooms, showers. It sounds like it's going to be a fully functioning military base to me. And so this is going to be, I think he said, a little south of, they got like 80 acres to put this facility on. I'm praying that it's not for processing. And what you were saying about illegal and legal, my neighbors around me have done it legally, and they are, I would say, more angry than we are because they have
Really?
spent thousands of dollars to become legal and had to go through the whole process to be able to work here in the United States. And so think of them that have done all this as they were supposed to, and now all of a sudden you can come in and have all the benefits. And but that is another problem too, is I'm already hearing it, that they're stopping the benefits for these people. What's going to happen then? They are going to go nuts. They're going to go nuts. I just think that it could get really bad. And that's where my concern is, for everyone to just
They're trying to
keep
create
your
a
eyes
civil.
open,
They're
keep on
trying
your
to create a
toes.
civil war again. That's what they're trying to do.
Yes, and see, but that's it. It really wouldn't be civil
No,
because
because it's
it's
going to be
not
your neighbor.
Americans.
No,
It's
it's going to be everybody.
it's
That's what
an
they want.
entity against us.
I
You know,
guess I
and
just
they're
hold out a lot
ready.
of hope
And
and
they're
faith. I don't get into the death, doom, and despair stuff. I just can't do
right,
it.
right. You
It's
got to
not that
think
I'm
positive.
blind and I don't have blinders on. I'm prepping. I'm prepping. So I'm certainly not stupid. It's just that I'm not going to look at my future and think, oh, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to have to live day by day.
That's right.
Well,
No,
yeah, we
you got
have
to
But
live
then
your
to.
I'm
life.
not in Texas either. So you see a lot more than we do, Bonnie.
I'm right in
It's
the, yeah,
it's everywhere. You go to Miami and Florida, where I'm at. You can go to Chicago. You can go
yes.
New York. I mean, come on. There's always something. I mean, America's been fighting off all different kinds of people for years. Some come here and want to be here, and some come here because they hate it. You know, and
And
they got evil thoughts. And
but that's the
so,
thing. When you saw the lines of men, you saw the way they were standing. You can tell they've been trained. And so when you see that many, and
well,
the
I mean,
drugs,
this.
the
I can't.
children, and the whole way that it's being run. I don't know if y'all know this, but in Panama, there are 3 foundation buildings there, and they
I
are
didn't know
owned
that.
by Clintons, Bidens, and is it
Yeah.
Obama that owns the other? So that's where they're getting everything before they even get into Mexico.
Um, I live in Florida too. I did send a story to Jeff, and it was about an airport. And this journalist was in there. He was a credible journalist. He found a secret room there, and they had illegal male immigrants in there. And they had guards, and the guards went ape shite when they were found, wouldn't let the journalists do anything. These were all men. There was no women, there was no children.
Yes,
And they were in a room being hidden. Now,
yes.
what are they going to do with them?
And that's, I can remember when Bummer was in, and um, they had charter buses coming through Texas, and they were being escorted by the DPS. And I don't know if any of y'all remember seeing that on the news or anything, but there were quite a few people. I have no idea where they took them. I don't know if they stayed in Texas. I don't know if they just were going through Texas, but so those people by this time would have children of their own. It's a lot more than the numbers you were showing, I believe.
I believe so too. You're
Yeah.
right, Brew. It is military age men.
Hold on, I wanna address this comment from Shamrock real quick. She says one state, and she forgets which one, but I think it's actually more than one. They're saying they're going to approve these illegals to become cops, and I have heard that they're talking about either as becoming a joining the force or joining the military. They're considering both as a pathway to legal citizenship. But that raises a lot of concerns because then where is their allegiance? You know.
Yes.
I believe there's a city that's already doing that. I just
I
don't know
thought
which
I
one
heard
it is.
San
So they're going to be
Francisco.
given higher rights than an actual citizen, huh?
And there might be a city in Colorado that's doing that also. I just can't remember the name of the
Well, in
city.
some ways, they already are getting higher rates because, I mean, how much per month are they getting now? They're getting free room and board. They're getting free cell phones, free healthcare. Our veterans aren't getting those things. They're getting,
Amen.
and
You
definitely
you
our standard citizens aren't.
You come to Florida, and let me tell you, when it's cold up in all the northern states and the veterans and everybody who's
Grandpa.
homeless, they give them bus tickets to come to Florida, and they can't get back. So really, in Florida, it's crazy how many veterans are living on the streets.
Yeah, but I will say DeSantis is pretty hard lined here in Florida about immigrants,
Yeah, there's
unless I'm wrong.
no Mexicans are
Mhm.
working on job sites unless
Yeah.
they got their credentials.
And
Something else.
DeSantis,
I
oh,
know
I'm
that's
sorry,
not true
Mr. D,
here in
please.
Washington State.
Yeah, something else y'all need to take into consideration also.
Mhm.
The Chinese have been infiltrating our country for decades through
Yes, they have.
schooling,
Yep.
all scientific, and they've stayed and they've infiltrated every aspect of our life, our financials,
Right.
institutions, our energy institutions, transportation, electronics, machinery. They're all already there. They're just waiting.
Oh, they're so advanced. There's a school in Austin that is just for Chinese students. You can't go there if you want to. And my daughter's the one that checked it out. And she said, Mom, you wouldn't believe how far advanced they are. And I said, yes, I would.
Yeah.
This has been done purposely.
Well, I've done a lot of research over the years, guys, on a lot of topics, and I know a lot on the border. If you have any questions, this is what I come up for. I thought I could add maybe to this discussion. So,
Yeah, thanks for coming up. I'm glad you're here.
absolutely.
I'm sorry. I hate to throw DeSantis out there all the time. I mean, I really like my governor. Should he have run for president this time? No. He
No.
should have waited.
Next
He's
time,
not.
yeah.
He's not seasoned enough. But he is not allowing Chinese to buy land in Florida either.
But
See,
Why would
No,
we
that's
vote
wrong.
Why would we vote for a Trump-like for president when we can have the real thing?
Well, because I like DeSantis, but I also like Trump. He just wasn't ready yet. Am I wrong on that, Music Man?
Do you like the fact that he passed the bill that all the insurance companies can make you have flood insurance now on your house if you live a mile above the water?
No, I'm not real happy about that.
Everybody in Florida's got to have flood insurance, and you don't even have to be near water.
And
That's great. I mean, that's insane.
that's one of the biggest problems. I don't care who it is. A politician is a politician. And they are going to say what you want to hear at every
Somebody getting paid.
at every rally, at everything that is going on where they can speak to the public. They're going to say exactly what you want to hear.
Honey,
No matter what it
you
is.
just hit the nail on the head right there, sweetheart.
Putting the butter on the bread.
The illegal immigration has been going on for decades and decades and decades because it's a talking point every election cycle, no matter who's in charge of the House or the Senate. The opposite opposes their immigration policies because it's a talking point. Neither side actually wants to fix the problem.
No, they don't. They don't. We can't turn the page.
They all benefit from it. But also it's money laundering. That's what I mean by it's money laundering, because I mean, I
Yes.
think pretty much everything run by the state or the government is, because it's all filtered through. Somebody put a comment in about, just a simple example, which is actually biblical too, but about, they hired someone to do a job for $25 an hour. Well, then that person subcontracted it to 4 workers for $5 an hour. So they pocket
Absolutely.
5 for
Yes.
doing nothing, basically.
American
I mean,
way.
and that's a very small scale, but if you look at it in the millions and billions for contracts in education, contracts in construction, any contract, it goes to their people, their friends, whoever they want to support, who will usually do it on the cheap, so that they're making the most money behind the scenes. It's nothing to do with doing the best job for the people they're supposed to be representing.
Exactly.
It's their
And another thing, I'm sorry, I can barely hear you, and I
Yeah, I was
just
just gonna say, Music Man, your music or your
How
mic, I
about
mean,
now?
is up all the way here, but you're very quiet.
How about now?
Much better.
better. Yes.
I don't like to take the stage.
And so, I lost my thought now. But another concerning thing is, now I know. We keep talking about conceding. He never conceded. So I was saying it in somebody's chat earlier and trying to get an answer. If we have an election this year, isn't that us saying that we conceded to 20? But if we don't vote, then we're just handing it to them. So it's a catch-22.
You really have to vote. If you don't vote, you give up your right to even say anything, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard, both sides of the argument. I think where I stand is that from following very closely all of the fraud that has been proven, even though people don't hear it if they're not looking in the right places. There's plenty that's
Right.
been shown in court.
For years and
But
years.
Well,
yeah.
if you ever watched 2,000 Mules, that alone was enough.
Yeah, but that's very, I mean, to me, I appreciated that, but it's it's one tiny aspect. It's
One
not even,
tiny, and
yeah,
it was
it's
enough.
not
It
even
was
the main.
enough to flip the election, though.
The name of the machines are called Dominion. They put it
Yes,
right in our faces. I mean, come on. Yeah,
and not even made in our country.
No.
right. No, and they connect to the internet, and all that's been proven now. I mean, that despite what they denied during 2020 and whatever. But my point is, I think that with all of the ways that fraud does happen, our votes are not counted correctly. And I do think, though, that it's important to still vote, because it's easier to prove that something was wrong if we do vote than it is if we don't.
Yeah.
And I actually think that could be, tying it all back in. I think that does go right in with this immigration, catastrophe that's happening right now, because one of the ways that I think we could prove the fraud that's happening with our elections is that if their numbers are so high, because they keep adding votes or switching votes around. If enough people voted and we showed too many people voting, then more than are registered, if we showed up in mass like that. But now with the number of illegal immigrants coming in, will that really prove anything? Because if they're able to vote, which in most sanctuary cities they can now, even if it's not legally, and
Yes.
they're trying to make it legal, then it
I got
skews the numbers so much that it won't be a way to prove fraud.
Yep.
I think
so
that's part of Go ahead, Music
so
Man.
so our country has dollar bills that have serial numbers on them. What is so hard about making your vote have a serial number that they can trace it to where it ends? What's
It's
so hard
supposed,
about doing this?
each ballot is supposed to have that number on it.
But I want to be able to find where my ballot went.
Right.
You know,
And you in Washington State, you can find that your vote was counted, but they won't tell
counted.
you which way you voted.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can't
I
even
want to
tell that
see it.
right. You can't even tell that it was voted, that it was counted
And
correctly.
who's to say it even went? I mean,
Mhm.
so we're going on good faith, and right now I don't think that's good faith.
Well, I don't think any of us have much faith left.
No,
Good,
no.
good or bad in our
You're
Not when it
voting.
comes to
Oh God,
Not when
I'm
it comes to the
muted. I've been
government,
wanting
for
to say
sure.
something. Okay. In
Yeah.
Florida, you can find out if your vote went through. There's
Well,
a
when
But,
website you can
but will
go
it tell
on.
you who you voted for?
remember when Bush was running for president, and they pushed the wrong, whatever it was, the bubble, and they
Yes,
threw out
the
30,
hanging Chad.
40,000
Yeah,
votes.
the
I mean,
hanging
Right.
Chad.
Yeah,
you know,
the hanging
there's
Chad.
so many.
I think that was maybe the beginning of the real
He
I
didn't win
selection
either.
fraud. Yeah, I think that was the beginning of that happening in the way they're doing it now. It's
Hi,
just they've
Dee.
gotten more advanced.
Hi,
Well,
Dee.
when it
Snooks,
comes right
hold on
down
one second.
to it,
Snooks,
I'm
I
sorry.
wanted to know. Yeah, I didn't hear you answer, Snooks. In Florida, you said they can see if you voted. You can see if
You
you
can
voted,
trace, yeah, you can go to a website, I don't know the website, and find out if your vote was counted.
but it won't tell you who you voted for,
Now that
right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I want the ballot to have a number like a dollar bill does, and everybody gets a ticket. Here's your ticket. And that should be in whoever you voted for. That's it. It's that simple.
Yes.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
You
If you look
know,
at it logically, guys,
they don't
voting
want
is an illusion of choice.
Yes.
Okay. You
I
get
mean,
candidates that they handpick and present in front of you on both sides. That's
and
why
then
the independents don't get no coverage on television.
right.
Okay.
They just
You get
unless you're Russ
to pick.
Perot, unless you're Perot, right?
You get to pick what they want you to pick from. It's an illusion of choice. There really is no choice because
But
it's
you still need to
it's
go make
two
the choice.
yeah, it's two sides of the same coin. Right or
Right.
left, it's the same thing.
We're
Yes.
united as one, but divided by two.
Right.
You still need to
That's
go
what
vote.
they
Vote.
say.
You can't sit home and say I didn't vote and then bitch about what happens.
That's
Oh
exactly
no,
right.
I mean, that's just my opinion.
Well,
Yeah,
if you
you
don't
gotta
vote, it
vote.
just makes it that much easier for them to take it, you know,
Yeah,
Right.
to
yeah.
steal it away if you don't vote.
I think if
Well,
you're going to throw your vote away, you should vote for Neil Hahn for president.
I like how you said they took you off the ballot.
That was in
Real
Nevada.
story.
Neil, you hand me a bag of gold, bro, and you got my vote.
Does it have to be a whole bag? I mean, just a little bit.
Damn, he's expensive, isn't he? Shit.
Yes, I am. I ain't
Did
cheap,
we
but
all
I can be had.
That's
did
that's the American way, the greed, right?
did we all say
I
hello
heard
to
King
Dee and
D's dad on
acknowledge that
occasion.
she's here?
Hello, Miss
Yes,
D.
thank you.
Hi,
Okay.
Dee.
Yeah,
And
Jerry pointed out the dead have voted forever in Chicago, right?
Yeah,
Fact,
yeah.
yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah,
Well, I
Justin,
think
I know you're not alone. There's plenty of people who don't vote, and they have their reasons. Sorry, Dee, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. My husband just called me right then too. What was the question?
We just wanted to know what you were thinking about all of this.
Oh, I was just excited you were talking politics and having a panel. And if actually anyone does care or have any hope at all, I would say that the National Assembly, not the one associated with Anavan rights, to be clear, will take credit for a lot of things that have happened, and particularly the paper ballots hand counted in New Hampshire just last month, amongst other things. So, there are things that happened that I didn't know that they were actually doing. They have a rapport. They had one going with Obama and claimed to even have stopped boots on the ground in Syria, even though he did do his drone attacks and stuff. So I do believe in that assembly. I've been kicked around in a lot of other groups and stuff. So I get that a lot of people just don't believe in anything anymore, and voting and all of that. I vote. It is the de facto, but I'm looking to assemble in the de jure. And that's a whole nother hard thing, to talk about with people. Most people don't give a shit. So that's where I'm at, though. Hey, other than that, everything's great.
I still believe in a lot of things. I don't know.
Yeah, right on. Good.
Maybe I'm being naive, but I believe in a lot of things.
Maybe I am. Probably we are, honey, because I am.
I don't think this country is lost.
No, it's not lost. Positive is what you bring. Every day you get up. If you don't smile and go positive, then what are you bothering for?
Well, and I don't see us
Yeah,
getting into
I
a
agree with
civil
you on
war.
that.
Yeah, that's what I
Well,
try
okay,
to
I
do.
I hope that's not true. I hope that, even though they're pushing for that, I hope that there are enough people that have, and I believe that there are enough people who have enough in common that we're not going to have a civil war in the way they want. But maybe that's why they're now letting this inflection of, G. Manana says right here, illegal ship to all states will overturn all elections, replacement theory. That whole replacement theory that it won't matter what we do if there's enough other people coming in to do what they
Why don't
want
we
them to
go
do.
back to the
And then
way?
I did want to point out, hold on one second. I wanted
Right.
to read this comment from XNYC. He says, I don't trust any politicians. I believe presidents are placed and not elected by a higher entity. They are all in on this to destroy our country. And I think that that's
Yes.
true, that there's a global agenda. That's what I refer to as the global agenda. And
Yeah.
really, I think it goes even beyond that. I believe it is the battle in the end of good and evil. So, that's where I see the root of it. But go ahead.
There is a report out, and it's called the 2050 Replacement Plan. And it states in that report that the powers to be, they want the United States, hence all the illegal immigration, they want 73% of the population to either be foreign or heritage of foreign to replace us. Because our older population is dying and we're not making as many babies as we used to. So they want
to say.
Yes, sir.
Do I look like a foreigner?
You're too white. You look
Hard
too
to tell.
white.
Hard to
You
tell.
know, you look too white.
I'm the only one born in this country in my family. So would that make me basically a foreigner since my mom lived and died in a foreign country?
I don't
If
know.
you were
What are you
born
getting
here,
at?
if you were born here, you're a red-blooded American, brother.
What are you getting at, though, Neil?
I'm just
I'm not
saying that
understanding
the
this.
immigration thing's a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
There's immigrants all over the place. We stopped immigration. Obama stopped immigration, and now it's all planned. And when you got it's all planned, then you got to start looking at what's the plan. Then you start saying, okay, well, first off, you're going to realize rich people want to stay rich. So what are they doing with their money? They're investing in this company called Geo Group. Geo Group makes money by throwing people in jail. How many people came across the border? It's a lot of prisoners. So Geo Group would make a lot of money. So Warren Buffett and Soros, all these other people throwing this money at Geo Group, which is a company that makes money off of people going to jail. Kind of tells you the future if you just think about it.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
I firmly believe
going to jail.
I firmly believe in nobody's.
We're going to go back to this structure building thing, and we're going to use prisoners to do it. So yeah, we are going to use foreigners for labor, but that's after they go to jail for breaking the law, and then it's going to be mandatory.
Right, the law that they don't know about until they break the law.
Chain gangs where they go out and clean the roads if you go to jail, and that's going to be a nationwide thing. If we have too many people in jail and it costs too much, and that's how they're going to sell it. It's the same thing that they did. It's a repeat of what if you look at Germany. Before World War II and what they did, it's a similar plan that's going on. It's just it's different, but it's similar. You just got to know history and be able to step back, not take anything personally. Step back and view it with clear eyes, and you can see what's going on. Just don't put on the brown coat. That's
absolutely. Well, when prisons became privatized, all it did was created capital for investors. That's all it did.
Prisons out here in California. They've got county prisons, they've got state prisons, they got federal prisons. I've been an IR worker out here since 1996. I've built so many damn prisons.
Yeah, Florida's got a prison in every single county except 2, and then them counties have women prisons. So every county has a prison.
They got kids and women prisons out here, bro.
Yeah, they got about 120,000 people in prison without probation, without house arrest. So, and then they make them do 85% of their sentence. There's no give. They don't take no money from the government because they're funding it themselves. And then what they're doing is they're taking and giving contracts for like the food, for the, everything they need to have done. They're taking contracts and taking the highest bidder. So, and then when they get that bidder to take like the commissary food, then they sell another contract for mailing food in. So they're playing double jeopardy and all that. great. It's a crazy. Florida's crazy with the prison. That's how they make their money.
Well, and also you find illegals committing crimes, and I'm talking heinous crimes,
Oh yeah.
and they're getting out of prison with no bail. They're
Well,
just let loose. Excuse
Well,
me.
yeah. Yeah.
Just a minute, and then they go on to repeat again, and then they still get out, and then they just flee the state, and they're out there doing whatever the hell they want all over the United States.
it's actually it's worse than that, because if you go down to South America, you'll find out all of their mental institutions are empty and all of their prisons are empty. If you want to know where those people are, in
Here.
America.
That's true.
Well, why
So-
wouldn't they send them here when we're
Well,
funding it all?
why
Their
would a
entire
country? Hold on a
trip here
second.
and their
If a country releases all its insane people and all of its prisoners to go invade another country,
Yeah. Here's
But
another
even if
thing.
hold on, even if it's not being done as an invasion in the way you might be thinking of it, it's still financially beneficial for them to not have them in their country.
It's an invasion
But
because
I'm saying
that's very
either
true,
way,
Indy.
a lot of people believe that, but I'm saying even if you don't believe that, you can still see it as making sense that they're sending them here just for financial purposes alone.
who's sending them? Who's paying
Well,
them?
they're by
We're
releasing them.
funding it.
Who's
We're funding it through tax dollars.
Well,
filtered
but
through
also
From the
NGOs
UN.
and
Yeah,
Yeah.
but also
That's what we were
also
talking about already
1,800 mile
before you
walk.
came in, Neil. Yeah,
They
Neil,
gotta
that's what we were
walk
talking about before you.
1,800 miles to
But
get here.
Neil, you got to let
Yeah.
people talk. You keep talking over people, and then the chat can't hear anybody.
But
So.
then the country's governments are paying for those people in the mental institutions to get over here. We
No.
pay for them once they're here.
No.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No.
We are
Oh.
paying our money, our tax dollars are being filtered through the United Nations, through NGOs to support them coming here. So we're paying for them to
Okay.
come here, and we're supporting them once they're here. And
And
that's
they're
what I'm
paying-
saying. That
yes.
is the financial benefit to the countries who are sending them and who are allowing them to come. Like Mexico, for example, they're letting them all come through. There's an
Mhm.
argument to have who is it? I can't remember which politician is pushing for this. But anyway, they're saying that basically they should have, when they file at each country's border that they're going into, they should be saying that they're filing for asylum at that country. And then they should be getting asylum at that country, not here. But they're
That's how
letting
it-
them
that's
just
how it
pass
used to
the
work.
filter all the way through to here.
That's how
It
it
makes
used
no
to work.
sense. Right.
Yes.
There was years ago when in New York, Mayor Giuliani, okay, New York was at its lowest crime rate. Everything was lowest it's ever been. Do you know why? The reason why is because what they did was, if you were on probation or this or that, they say, look, we'll let you off. You got to leave New York. Don't come back. So that's how they got rid of it in New York. You know, it's changed. It's back probably a little, you know, the way it used to be, but that's how he cleaned up New York. He just said, go, get out. We'll let you off. So that's where they come to Florida. Florida's crime rate went up, and that's because the New Yorkers moved here. I'm from New York, but that's just, you know, I come here young, but you know, they just release them from whatever their contract they got with them just to get rid of them.
All I can say is if we go back to the way it was before we had these problems and caused them for ourselves, they would probably go away. And yes, we caused all these problems that are coming by politicians changing rules, changing laws, executive orders, and us not doing anything because we had good jobs and we were getting new refrigerators and we didn't get
Pause for a second. Yeah, but when you say we, I want to clarify. I don't think that it's true that it's we, the people, and I don't think it's true that it's the people of any country. It's the governments of different countries. The people of China.
Hold on a second, Indy. Only America do they say we the people.
There's 5 people on this panel, so you can speak for yourself, but you can't speak for me.
That makes
That's for sure.
Okay. Oh, you're not an American. I understand. In America,
I am an American, but I've been standing up. I've been
people are the
standing up.
government in America. They are not
I've
the
been
government.
standing up, is what I'm saying.
If you don't want to hear me, that's fine. You can go
I
ahead.
do want to hear you. I just don't want
What
you to
I'm
say
saying,
we're
China,
not standing up when
China's
some of us
government.
are.
Go ahead and speak. Go ahead.
Okay. We don't need to have infighting on the panel.
It's not a panel. I just wasn't able to finish my
I'm
point.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, it is a panel.
I'm sorry.
May I?
Sure.
Go ahead, Connie.
Thank you. So to solve all this,
I could sing a song.
look at the countries that that are representing here, and go back and look at how much money we have put into each one of those countries. Do you remember Harris going down to, was it Ecuador or, oh, where'd she go down to? And they were booing her. They did not want her there. They didn't want anything to do with her there. But still, they're coming. So, yes, somebody is funding this. Somebody is giving them some kind of incentive to want to come here. There's no doubt about that. But
how are they living where they're at? So that might be
because our country has been putting so much money into those countries to support them. If you look back through history for the past 50 years at least, we have been supporting those countries, trying to, it was supposedly to get their economy up, but whatever mess that they have is keeping the money for what they want to use it for.
Exactly.
The same thing that's happening all over the world. And this is worldwide. We have seen the UK. The UK, their poor things are over there just suffering like crazy. France. It's going on everywhere. And except for the countries that refuse to let anyone cross their borders. Russia, China. You try to go into any of those countries, even Africa. I don't even think you can just waltz into Africa without having some issues.
Yeah.
Mr. B, I would love for you to come back up. I understand why you dropped down. It gets crowded up here, but I'd like to hear what you have to say. So if you were able to come on up, that'd be great. Neil, really quickly, I want to address this, and then we'll go to you, Music Man, after that. Neil, I'm just going to read this and then respond. You said only America is a government for the people, by the people. If you are American, read the Constitution. It says so. I don't think anyone up here is disagreeing with you on that at all. What I was saying was that I don't think that our government is functioning the way that it should be. I think people from our government have sold out and are no longer representing us. And it's become so...
Local.
It's become a run so that it's like people say it's a corporation. It's being run as a business. It's not being run for the benefit of we the people. It's being run as a business for the benefit of them. 100%. And that's what I mean by they've sold out. And I think that they've sold out to a global agenda. But
No,
so I don't think
how to change it though is get local governments back in control. Run for local office, and you change the world.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
That requires you getting up.
Hold on a second. I think, Neil, I would love it if you would sub to Dee's channel, because I think you would go and see what Dee is doing is exactly what you're saying, is working at a local level and working within the parameters of the Constitution.
Yeah.
Or within the freedom of the Constitution.
That's when we work the best.
Yep.
Right.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Let me go to Music Man really quick, and then back to you, Dee.
Sure.
Go ahead, Music Man.
You're all right. I'm just listening. I was coming up to do a song, but when you guys are done, I'll do a song. I'm gonna step to the back for a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm gonna listen, but I'll be here.
Okay.
But it's very interesting what you had to put in.
I just wanted to say I'm not fighting with anybody. Sometimes people do take it that way. I just do see the corporation and the American, we the people, as separate. And I don't think that people do. I think that it is still lumped together, and it makes it easy for them to blame the fall guy and the whole country in general rather than ourselves, which is what, I did when I first started to wake up. So I'm not trying to fight with anybody. I get very frustrated when people attack and because I feel that too. Believe me, I could get on every day and be very frustrated with Humboldt County for all the things I've been through. And I don't want to make it all about me. I'm done with that. That's been a couple years ago, but I do believe that I'm learning a lot of good things. And, I find the like-minded people that believe in the foundation of our laws and our God, so I'm sorry to have interrupted you and said that I don't even know what I said that upset you, but maybe just that I interrupted you. But I'm not here to fight. I don't really fight with people, but I do push back when they say that people aren't doing anything, just because I've pushed back a lot. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all. I just, I love people.
Good night, Shamrock. Much love to you. Love you, sis.
I think when you say the government is we the people for the people, how is that even happening right now? It's not.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the
No,
government.
not you. No, Dee, I wasn't saying that to you.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, Neil had put that down as a comment.
Can I talk?
Well, I'm
I'm
sorry.
more
I
than
didn't
happy to
see you.
explain it, but everyone else wants to talk, so I shut up.
Whoa.
We all got to take turns, so it's hard. I know. I interrupted, and
like I said, I shut up.
But Grace
Well, I
is
haven't-
Grace would be good.
Yeah.
Grace.
I haven't been talking that much.
Directly, though.
I need
I
a
was
lot of.
asking you a question, Neil, if you'd like to answer it.
Yeah, what was the question? I was reading the chat.
Well, there was a comment put up, and you said about the government being for the people, we the people. That's what your comment was.
Yeah.
And the government's for the people, by the people, whatever.
Yeah.
How is the government benefiting us, we the people, and how are we doing anything for the government?
We're in different cycles. We're in a 50-year cycle that just ended that took power away from the people. It was called a fiat currency, and we left the power dollar back in 1971. That cycle's ending. We're going to get this shit back if we wake up and take it back.
Oh, do you think
it's not
so?
going to be handed to us. And if we don't take it back, they're going to take it from us. And it's going to be the same.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
But you're talking about taking it forcibly?
I'm saying the 50-year cycle of this bullshit's fixing to come to an end if we stop it. If we don't stop it, it's going to continue. The only way we can stop it is if we all get involved at a local level and stop it. Because I keep making fun saying I'm going to run for president, and I put my name down every time, but I only get 6 votes. I'm never going to be able to change a freaking thing. You can only change it at a local level. On a local level, if I run city council, I could probably get 15,000 votes. But if I run for president, I only get 6 votes. So I can only make change at a local level. And it's going to take everybody in every town, in every city to stand up, be an American, and take the power back, because we, the people, have the power. What you guys are talking about is, well, we've been convinced to give it away, and we've given away. Yeah. You're right. Take it back. That's all I'm saying. We have a chance, an opportunity right now to take it back. And
I think the problem is that you're acting as if others aren't agreeing with you. I think we're all in agreement about that.
Yeah,
It
I
does
think local
start
level is
locally.
great. I think
there's
local
different
level
ways
is
to look at
great.
things. That's all. I just see things differently than you guys. And the way
I think you put out a very good point there.
I'm just curious, Neil. I feel like you're kind of in defense mode right now, but I don't.
I
don't
sort of
think
feel that way too, and I don't know why. That's why I'm smoking pot to show myself up.
Yeah, that helps too.
It's hard to talk politics.
I got a lot of problems, man. I got a lot of
It's hard
problems.
to talk politics.
I think I think we all can get heated, and that's fine. I think we're keeping it respectful. I think we've all calmed down a little. That's good. And let's continue to take turns. But I just want to let you know, Neil, I think most people up here really are on the same page with you.
That's cool. And I don't mean to be offensive or anything like that. Just I sometimes get riled
Just
up.
remember,
It's
Neil,
not mean
the numbers.
to be insulting. I don't want to insult anyone. I've never in my life intended. Well, if you get in my face, yeah, we're gonna get insulting. But
Oh, you insult us in JM's chat.
Hit me with your best shot, baby. Fly away.
I just want to know where you guys get your AI chats to help you.
Good luck.
That's all.
Neil, you insult us in JM's chats all the time when we're playing the word game.
That's because y'all are giving me the AI chat. I know you guys.
No, it's because we're not letting you win.
Exactly. You're not letting me win.
Just win. Just remember the number 7, sweet.
That's it. So one day I'm going to get it.
You will. You will. I know you will.
Hey, guess what I just found out, guys? Want to hear something wild?
Yeah, share this thought, and then I want to have Music Man have a chance to play.
Yeah, let's have him do that. Let's let him do that. We could talk about that afterwards. It's too big.
Okay, keep your thought.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
will
Music Man.
remember.
Are
It's
you
about
ready for a
getting
song?
our own jury behind us in court. We'll talk about
Oh, bang your head. Do quiet riot. Bang your head. I'm in the mood for
JM
that
says
one.
more indica, less sativa.
Definitely. Dabs are good.
80,
Dabs are
20,
good
baby.
too.
80,
It's time
20.
for a dab.
I vote for Bang Your Head. Quiet Riot.
Green
I got a
Urban-
wall. I got a wall right here. I can bang my head on.
Is that Music Man going to play us a song?
Yeah, he just said 2 of them. He said
Cool.
there was a choice of He said there was a choice of 2 of them.
Oh,
Either Quiet
that's
Riot
nice.
or Neil Diamond coming
Yeah,
to
no one
America.
gets it.
All right,
I
well,
love
Music Man,
Neil
let us
Diamond.
know.
Be
Let
coming
us
to
know when you're back
America
here.
today.
No, I'm putting my vote on Quiet Riot.
Oh, well, I'm putting it on Neil
Oh,
Diamond.
Scott,
Neil
exclamation.
Diamond here.
Thank you.
Big
Women
fan.
and men
Mother
all together.
brainwashed me with his music.
Who's got
growing
the
up.
voice to do Barry White?
It's happening, William. That's what's
Oh
happening.
Lord, what is happening? What is happening? Why, Jerry Lee?
Well, I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. Is he gonna? Are you?
Jerry
What are you
Lee.
gonna do, Music Man?
I love you, Jerry Lee.
Which one you want? I was just gonna do Quiet
Quiet Riot. Quiet
Riot.
Riot.
Bang
How
Your
about
Head,
both? How about both?
Well,
You want to go
yeah,
do both
there
of
you
them?
go.
Warm up with
It's
one
a
and go
little,
into the other?
But everybody voted for
Okay.
Quiet Riot, even D.
Yeah.
Whatever, Smuts.
I'm
Whatever.
kidding you. I'm kidding you.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's going from one extreme to the other, but I'll do it. I don't care.
I'm trying to swing your vote.
I'll sing this one, the Quiet Riot, and then I gotta pull up the Neil Diamond.
All right, perfect. Okay, if the rest of the panel can
So-
mute and go ahead and give him the mic.
Yeah, that'll do it. All right, this one's a little loud, so we'll wake up the neighborhood.
I'm gonna dance. Go.
All right, here we go. That's what. Well, I'm an axe grinder, pile driver. Mama says that I never mind her. Got no brain, I'm insane. The teacher says that I'm one big brain. I'm like a laser, sit trim a razor. I got a mouth like an alligator. I'm only louder, more power. I'm gonna rock it till it strikes the hour and bang your head. Metal level drive you mad. Bang your head. Metal level drive you there. All right. Frustrated, I'm outdated. I really wanna be overrated. Yeah, I'm a finder and I'm a keeper. I ain't a loser and I ain't no weeper. I've got the boys to make the noise. Won't ever let her pump it annoys you. Join the back, feel the crack. You know you got it. It's one way there. And bang your head. Metal level drive you there. Bang your head. Metal level drive you there. Oh, metal level cure you crazy. Metal level cure you mad. Metal love is what we all need. It's what we ought to have. Oh!
Well, bang your head and wake the dead. We're all mental mad. It's what you had. So bang your head and wake the dead. Oh yeah, metal hell. It'll drive you mad, 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 mad. Bang your head. Metal left will drive you there. Bang your head. Oh, metal left will drive you mad. Oh, get your straight jackets out tonight. Oh, metal left will drive you there. Oh, we're gonna rock on, rock on, rock on. Bang your head and bang your head. Right dead. Oh yeah, yeah. Metal. Hell. It'll drive you mad. Yeah. Bang your head. Bang it.
Well, dang, and hell yeah, and woot woot.
That was awesome. Yeah, that was
Oh
great.
my
Music man.
God. I totally,
talking
I had no
politics.
idea you could sing like that. I just totally rocked out.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
fantastic.
Now I got to
What a
do
nice
Neil
surprise.
Diamond in 5 minutes. We'll do Neil Diamond.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
Can you jazz it up like that one?
Oh yeah. We do. I don't know. I do a whole bunch. Yeah.
You do a heavy metal Neil Diamond?
I can do. Well, I do.
No, I'm
The
kidding.
ones
Do it
the
the way
one song
Dee
I
likes
hate by
it.
the one I hate by Neil Diamond is what's the one everybody sings? Anyway.
I got my
Garrett,
my head's
welcome.
still
Sweet
my head's still
Caroline.
bang. Yeah, Sweet Caroline.
Thank you.
That's always a karaoke.
We heard that the other night.
Hang on one
was
second,
great.
Annal. I want to go ahead and say something to some people in chat real quick. Garrett Briscoe, I'm not sure if I've seen you here before. Welcome. So the first half of this is more focused on music, open mic karaoke and indie musicians. And then the second half is more open conversation. But we like some music trickling in here too. Sometimes it's good to get a little breather and a reset. So yeah, that's what's going on. Glad you're here. Glad you found us somehow. If you know how you found our channel, go ahead and let us know. And I'm here. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Love ya. Jerry Lee says, not my cup of tea, but rock on. Yeah, well, that's the thing, we get to hear music from all different kinds of music, and I love it. Snooks says, I already have a blinged out straight jacket. What's that about, Snooks? Tell us that story.
Well, I figured if I'm ever going to have one put on me, I'm just going to go ahead and make them use the one I have all blinged out.
Is
It's
it
purple and
bedazzled?
black. It is totally bedazzled, purple and black. And of course, the arms are made so I can get out of it.
Nice.
Well, you got to
I
own
love it.
something. I have priorities.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Well, now I somehow feel the need for a bedazzled, straight jacket myself.
Straight jacket.
So.
That's right. Get
No,
your
I'm not
straight
gonna
jackets on.
Oh, hold on.
Get your
More
straight jacket
importantly, Neil, show us that cat.
Meow.
Is this silver or this is? Oh, I think you muted yourself.
You're muted.
There, I unmuted you. You're good. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
It's Stryker.
Striker.
Yeah,
What
From
a
the movie?
cutie.
He keeps hitting me.
From
very
the movie from the movie Airplane, Stryker. the pilot.
Yeah, no, it's silver will come up here.
Okay.
Like your parrot.
Yeah.
I love that.
Actually,
Snooks, you have a request from Jerry Lee to sing.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
I can
I got
bang
so
out.
nervous.
I can bang
I
out
got
this
so,
Neil Diamond real quick, and I can go to another
Yeah.
stream. I got to go on Miss Deb's stream.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I know.
okay.
Miss Deb has such a great channel too. I
Yeah, she's
be over
awesome.
there usually after this. All right,
Yeah.
great.
All right.
Go
I
for
will
it,
sing with you
musician.
sometime, Indy.
I would love that. We should do it. Yeah, we should figure that out.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna do a shower stream.
You're going in the shower to
Singing in the
stream?
shower. No, singing in the shower. It's gonna be fake, but I'm gonna be.
Oh, I thought
Tell
we'd
me what
see you
our
in the
duet is.
shower.
I'm
Dang
here.
it.
The world ain't ready for that. Well, maybe they
Okay.
are. I don't know. What
I can't help
am I
me.
saying? What am I thinking? All right, we ready here?
Yep, we're ready. We're gonna mute. You go ahead and go.
All right, let's bang it out.
Far, we've been traveling far without a home, but not without a star. And free, oh, they want to be free. We huddle close, hang on to a dream. On the boats and on the planes, they're coming to America, never looking back again. They're coming to America, home. It seems so far away. We're traveling like today, in the eye of the storm. In the eye of the storm, and home to a new and shiny place. Make our bed and we'll say our grace. Freedom's light burning warm. Freedom light burning warm. Everywhere around the world, they're coming to America. Every time that flag's unfurled, they're coming to America. Got a dream to take them there. They're coming to America. Got a dream they've come to share. They're coming to America. They're coming to America. They're coming to America. They're coming to America. They're coming to America today. 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 Today, my country, 'tis a thee. Sweet land of liberty. Of thee I sing. Of thee I sing. Today. 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 Today, today, my country, 'tis a thee, sweet land of liberty, of the I see today.
Wow. This
Very
wow.
That's like
nice.
a different.
That was
That's from one
awesome.
extreme to another, right? Thank you.
I liked
Right?
it.
No, that
No,
was
I
a
think
great
you
That's
stayed
song
in the same
considering the
extreme.
topic too.
Yeah, if we
Yep.
figure
It's
one
very
half of
it's
the
predictive
country's
programming.
crazy, the other half loves America. I love both. I love both. I love America. I wish we'd all just, be a little more positive and smile every now and then.
And you love
Yeah.
crazy too?
I love crazy too. Why not? I'm crazy.
I'm crazy. I'm crazy. Yay!
I mean, if you're
We
not a
crack
little
me up.
crazy, you're not American. I
And we
mean,
love Dee because she's crazy too. She's not identifying by pointing at herself. Way to go, Dee. I love you. I love you.
Well, Music Man, thank you. Thank
no
you so
problem.
much
Hey,
for coming up and sharing.
let Dee sing the song "Crazy" by Patsy Cline.
Yeah,
Oh, I
come
would
on. You
love to
want to
hear
sing Indy?
that.
You want to sing Indy?
I'm just teasing.
No.
Peace out, people. Peace out,
Oh,
and
Yeah,
thank
much
you so
love to
much.
you, Music Man. Thank you for
good
being here.
night.
You're
I
welcome
enjoyed
anytime.
meeting you. Enjoyed
You
meeting
too.
you.
You too. We'll be back. We'll see each other again. Take it easy, Neil. Take care of that cat. All right. Peace
All
out,
right, much
people.
love.
Thanks, chat.
Party foul moon.
Party. I was saying party. Say goodbye, Indy. Everybody voted one for you to sing.
I saw that. I did see that.
You've been outvoted,
I'll think about it for a second. Maybe it's not
and
long enough.
no recounting. The votes have
No
been counted.
recounting.
The votes have been
Right.
counted. They're all legit.
I saw some multiple votes in there. I don't know.
I saw the Dominion machine get
This is
delivered to
cracking me
Indy's house this morning.
up. Right.
Oh
Easily hackable.
no, she's
All on the
screwed.
internet. I'm not trusting these votes.
She's screwed then if she got Dominion.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I'm so glad Music
Yeah, it
Man
was
came up. It was
fun.
fantastic.
That was very fun. I didn't know he lived in Florida. I'd never met him before, so that was nice. I've never seen Neil. Well, I don't know if I've seen Neil in person or not. I just always remember he loves the number 7
And money.
and money.
Silver and platinum.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Silver and platinum.
Buy silver and platinum, be kind, helpful, and grateful.
Yep.
Why? You gotta buy silver and platinum for me and be kind and grateful?
No, but you would be very kind and grateful if I had more silver and platinum.
Oh, you want me to buy it for you?
Bingo!
Oh my gosh, you guys. I see all your comments in chat. I'm thinking about it. So much peer
Free
pressure.
bird.
Picker upper, huh?
Oh Lord.
Free bird. Free bird. No, just
Right.
do whatever you're comfortable with, Indy.
Well,
If
I
you don't want to
might,
sing,
but
don't sing.
Set
yeah,
the camera up, do some jumping
I will
jacks,
sing sometime
cartwheels.
for sure. I will sing sometime for sure. I just might not sing tonight. We'll see. We'll see. I have a little
It's
bit of
okay,
time.
Indy. I do my best work in the shower by myself as well.
Oh God, I'm
Right?
fantastic
Doesn't
singing
everybody?
in the
Well, I
shower.
don't
I'm just
know.
like
Let's
so
just clarify. If we're
professional.
talking about singing, then yeah, I like to
I
sing in the
do. I
shower too.
sing.
Doesn't everybody?
Well, Indy, you and I'll have to get together. Maybe we can get with Lady C and she can help us, and you and I can sing
Mm-hmm.
together sometime.
Yeah.
So can I ask 2 questions?
Yep.
Okay, and sorry to take it back there, but Angry Joker, I think it was, that said that our sovereignty was sold years ago. I've heard that also. So
Oh yes. Okay. Well, now I've heard that still hasn't passed through. That's that whole thing going on with the World Health Organization, right?
I don't know who it would be going through. That's what I was wondering. Who has the power to do that? That is
Moonchild.
Well, no one should, as far as I can tell. Constitutionally, I don't think anybody should be able to because our rights are given by God. The Constitution just clarifies that. So they can't, nobody can take your God-given rights.
And then another thing
as
is,
long as you're pretty set up.
it doesn't happen here in Texas. So when I heard about it, I was shocked. But other people have told me that, especially if you're a renter, you can get multiple ballots mailed to your house. And here, that's only done if you qualify for absentee voting. And you have to, they are very strict about it. The signature has to match all signatures anywhere else of you personally. No one else can deliver it for you. It's really strict. So I'm just wondering how that works for other states where they get all these ballots mailed to them, so you can fill out 10 ballots and send them in and nobody questions it, or how does that work?
I don't have an answer for that.
I think, I mean, I think that I don't know exactly how that works. I know here in Washington, everyone gets a ballot mailed to us. So, and we've been doing it here longer than almost anywhere. I think maybe it was Oregon and then here that started mail-in ballots, which is why I think that our votes haven't been counting accurately here for the longest either. But as far as multiple ballots, I know people who have received multiple ballots, but I don't know where the glitch is in the system that's causing them to get multiple ballots. But if they sent them in, I don't know. I don't know if the system would that. It seems to me like with registration lists and knowing that dead people are voting, it doesn't seem like they're being very accurate in how they're counting those votes or marking off who's voted. So, I think that's one of those things we kind of assumed was secure for a long time that never was.
I could understand my dead Uncle John voting once, but voting twice is a little outrageous.
I wanted to ask a question. Bonnie, you said something about the Constitution and what was said about God-given rights referring to the Constitution. Did I miss that?
No,
Did
God-given
I?
rights are from the Bible. Then the
Okay.
Constitution was written from the laws of the Bible. And so it takes all three of the documents, though, to back up each other, the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. And so that's what Dee was saying. An assembly call on Sundays is 2 hours. And if you just listen one time, see what you think about it, and then if you don't like it, move on. It's very informative. They help you to understand the Constitution and what
Lupa Bronte. Good one, Anti. Sorry, it was a side conversation in the chat that just got me laughing. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Bonnie. Keep going.
No, you're fine. I know chat's being silly. And I saw a song a while ago and I was like, oh, if somebody could sing that, that would be cool. Indy.
I just never think of the Constitution as being religious, I guess. I just never thought that way.
Our founding fathers basically got large. That's why America's so great. Our Constitution is based off of a Judeo-Christian principles.
Yes, when you say the pledge.
Yeah, I pledge allegiance to the United States.
When you sing the national anthem, all of it is God-based. Everything.
I guess I just never thought into that. I just thought of it as being legalities to protect people from men.
Well, it is that as well. It is that as well.
I don't look at the religious aspect of it, I guess. I just never thought about it, but it's interesting.
It is. And so that's like constitutionally, there's not really anything about abortion, let's say. But biblically, there is. And so that's where God first, God, family, country.
Okay. Indy, I'm going to jump down off the panel. It's getting a little bit late for me. But I really enjoyed this. I wanted to get on when I felt I had something I could contribute and talk about.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you coming up.
I want to shake stuff up. You guys remember Max Headroom?
Yeah.
No.
Good night, Snooks. It was fun. I remember Max Headroom. I remember Max Headroom.
That's my Max Headroom.
Okay. All right.
Good night.
Good night.
I just want to lighten everything up a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay. Good night, Neil. Good night, Bonnie. Good night, Dee. It was good night talking with y'all. Neil, stop it so I can say goodbye. Behave yourself. You're such a naughty boy.
Good night, Snooks.
But anyway, love and hugs to all of y'all. Love you, Indy. And
Yep,
have
love
a
you
great
too.
night. Good
Yeah,
night to
you
the
as well.
chat. Love and hugs to all of you. I'm not hairy. Okay, William, let's get this straight. The only hair
I have not been highlighting those Snooks. You're the one
I
bringing it
know.
up here on panel.
No, I
I have
know,
not been
but
highlighting it.
Saw it.
okay. The only hair I have is on my head, and it's long and it's beautiful. There's none anywhere else that needs to be discussed.
Right.
But I love you anyway.
Okay, good night, Snooks. Love you.
Good night.
Really quickly, I do want to bring up a picture really quickly. I was trying to share this after the video, so it would have made a little more sense in the timing there. But Anti sent me this picture of a shirt, and he's going to go ahead and share a link in the panel, or I mean, sorry, in the chat, for where you can purchase this and others like it. But it says, "I like my guns like Democrats like their voters, undocumented." And I thought that made so much sense along with what we're talking about with the number of illegal immigrants coming in, and that ties right in with election integrity and all of that. So I
Perfect.
will say, though, that I don't think it's only Democrats who want undocumented voters. I think that
No, it's not.
I believe
No.
it's both sides. So, but I
Yes.
thought that was a pretty clever shirt. So thank you, Anti.
That is.
Here's a way to
Yeah.
look at the Democrat and Republican Party from a different perspective. United we stand, divided we fall.
Right. Yep. Well, and that's why I have my name, IndependentMany United, because I don't support either side.
Well,
And I think there's more of us that don't. More of us that even those who call themselves Republicans or call themselves Democrats, if you're anywhere in the middle of the spectrum, you're no longer really a part of what those parties are representing right now.
Why have we diminished people just down to those two things or three things?
Exactly.
Because like I always tell people I'm psychotic because I got like 27 personalities. It just depends on which one you're talking to and bring out in me at that time.
Oh my
Because
goodness.
I'm very deep,
known.
deep, and like if you come at me with respect, I'll treat you one way. As an iron worker on a job site, if I get someone straight out of jail comes at me and needs to be, put in their spot, you get a totally different Neil. And it all depends on the situation. So people are more than just how they vote. So when you wrap them up like that, you diminish the person, and therefore you diminish their thoughts, ideas, and everything else. That's why I don't like the idea of a two-party system. I think it should be like a no-party system. Is vote for the best person. What is the difference of a party? Why can't the Democrats have the same wants as the Republicans for our nation, and vice versa? Who separated them?
The other thing to remember, along with that, though, Neil, I think another thing to remember is that our media is owned and operated. So we don't even really know what the numbers of people are and who agrees with what when our votes aren't being counted accurately and our media isn't telling the stories accurately. So,
we've allowed all of that through time. We've allowed all of that by not staying as an American. It's our right. It's our duty to stay informed. And we've neglected that duty for 40 years for convenience. And that's how they can get that the whole voting structure on how a bill. Do you remember the cartoon, how a bill becomes a law? That cartoon Saturday cartoon, how the bill becomes law. There's this bill and how it became law and all this shit. It don't work like that no more. When did that change? That's what I'm saying. We've become complacent for convenience. And our freedoms have been stolen from us because of that through small incremental 3-degree changes every administration. And next thing you know, we're way the hell off base. And that's where we find ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And it's each and every one of us. It's fault.
No worries, Moon. It happens.
Involved with our local government because everything bases from the local government. Nowadays, for example, if you're not like a multimillionaire, there's no chance in hell you can even make it to Congress.
And
talk about exclusivity. That's a rich boys club only, or you got to sell out to get into that club, which means you're no good.
Yeah.
So
Bruce says media. Hold on one second. Bruce says media is finally starting to change, but I think that if you're talking about media as in social media and independent journalism, yes. If you're talking about mainstream media, I don't think they're actually changing. I think they just are either pretending like it's breaking news when it's things most of us have been hearing about and known about for 3 to 4 years because they have to. It's something if it's something that's already out in the general mind frame, then I don't think they are able to deny it as easily as they were things that weren't known as widely. Does that make sense how I'm saying that? So I mean, they're still fully owned and operated. I'm not trusting them at all. Even if there are some facts that they have to start presenting, years after the fact. But clarify what you mean, Brew, if there was more to it than I'm missing.
And so we're supposed to read our state constitutions. Well, the Texas Constitution has been amended 517 times since its adoption in 1876.
All by vote.
Well, actually, you would think that.
You control the politicians, so if they got away with something, it would be on you for allowing it on top of them, and through convenience, you become complacent. And it's every state. I mean, fuck, I'm in California. We're the worst freaking. Well, maybe New York might have us, but pretty much we sold out. I mean, we're sold out to the Communist Chinese Party years ago. So I've been hollering and screaming, but I'm like 1 in a million. Everyone else keeps moving out instead of staying and fighting. That's where you see the mass exodus. I get pissed at that because those are people that should have stayed and fought for the state to get it back. Instead, they cowered it out, left, go for an easy, convenient life, leaving things bad here. That's what I'm saying. Had all those people that left stayed and actually pushed for local voter rights for in-person voting, the north of California would be 100% Republican, and the Democrats wouldn't have a major control of this state. But they all got pushed out through different things that have been passed throughout the years that make it harder for certain groups of people or whatever. And then, just like in New York. So it's our own fault. And I'm the biggest offender because I live in one of the worst states. But I'm saying that's where it changes. You got to make a stand and just tell them no.
Well, exactly. And that's why I Greg Abbott hears from me a lot, but it does say that 653 of those amendments have gone before Texas voters. So those were voted on, 653 out of the.
And the way they present those bills, it's amazing. It's psychology. I've seen it out here in California. They'll add things. They say vote for Prop 218 just as a weird number. And they'll say it's for something. But then at the bottom of it, it's something for the exact opposite of what they're selling it for.
Yes.
So it's like, and they only give you those options. It's like, oh, so you're giving me shitty options that I have to screw myself to vote for? When did this fucking happen? I mean, guys in San Francisco changed their fucking county law to where it's federally, if you have a venereal disease that could kill somebody, you have to let them know. It's already gone through to the Supreme Court. It's been law. Well, in San Francisco, they changed that. They said, no, you don't have to tell anyone. You can just go ahead and do it. What the
See, I remember back in the day when you had to get a blood test before you got married.
Is that before autism started taking hold?
To see if you had any of those things. And when did they quit that? I don't know, but.
That was under Clinton.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now we have more kids with mental diseases because that's why the blood tests were given, to make sure that the parents were compatible genetically to where they wouldn't have a higher chance or not of having.
Well, I have a child with autism, and doing research on it, there sure is a lot about vaccines linked to that.
And age given. Because what you're looking at as a baby is you're developing. It's a cell. It's not fully developed once it comes out of the womb. So the sooner you put a foreign substance in it, the more chance you have of its natural development being disturbed. That's how I look at autism. because a good friend of mine had twin girls. He got them vaccinated a little bit early. One of them, 27, has the mentality of a 3-year-old. She's still at home. He's like in his late 60s, takes care of her, changes her diapers, has a period, but he's got to deal with it because she doesn't understand, and she goes running around the house, and he's got all kinds of issues. The other one's normal.
Yeah.
You know, so, and it's,
Yeah.
this has gone from like 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 500 or something like that. So, and why are we talking about this? There's got to be something.
Yes. Well,
There's gotta
I
be-
actually, people say, what are they distracting us from all the time? And I always say the genocide that they have done to the entire globe. I think that is the main thing they're distracting us from.
It seems like they
But
don't want us
there are
to
a lot of
breathe
people who
successfully.
still, right? Yeah, we're the carbon they're trying to reduce.
Mhm.
I had asked Brew to clarify something really quickly, and I just want to make sure we get to this comment. He said, CNN is collapsing. A Christian billionaire is waiting to scoop it up. I had not heard about that. I'm not surprised at all that CNN is collapsing.
Oh, they should collapse.
Yeah, but I am curious about this Christian billionaire.
Give you a
Who
little
it is and
insight. What's his name? Morning Joe Scarborough.
That's
He
what's not Elon.
He was a state representative for Northwest Florida when I was in high school in Northwest Florida, and we kicked him out. And it was back in 84, 83, somewhere around there. He was state representative for Northwest Florida, and we basically told him, get the fuck out of politics and get the fuck out of our state. And he got out of politics and out of their state, and we got another state representative. But till this day, he's never gone back into politics because we stood up and voted against him and told him exactly what we thought of him.
Right.
And he stayed out of politics. I mean, he got on
do.
TV where he does worse, but at least he's not fucking with Northwest Florida, legally changing laws and whatever he still wants to do,
Yeah.
You think you could get 13 people together to be your own grand jury? Because I pretty much just learned this week, not from the assembly. The assembly is working on, being a grand jury, but we can also put together our own grand jury. And if you have 25 people, which actually I think the number somebody said it's 31. You can have 4 investigators go through the judge's records and stuff. Like, we don't know the shit that we could do. And if we knew it, we could be doing some shit. Oh, gosh, that scared the hell out of me.
That's where when you start messing around with the judges and stuff, you need to have groups of people because you're going to have to protect yourself when you go after them.
Yes.
My friends, when I was a kid, his mom was a tattoo artist. She had a business partner she met while they were both demonstrating for a judge in the local area that had released a criminal that had killed my friend's mom's girlfriend's sister. And that's how they met. And she received a lot of interesting business problems while she was protesting.
Oh, sure. We've
so
seen that a lot.
The larger group you
Yeah.
have, the more safe you'll be. So that really has to be an organized thing. But yeah, they do have to the whole thing is.
Well, I mean, if you end up going to court, what someone had taught me this week was, and you can't just do that on the fly. Like I don't know the perfect whole, remedy, but it is an option that we do have. And I believe you have to file your jury first, but say you were going to court, and you're like, well, I got my own jury right here. You get to have a jury of your peers. And that's the point the assembly is doing, is putting together a jury, but we can also do this individually. It's just,
well, actually the defendant would also have a say in who that jury is, not just
not if you're turning it from de facto to de jure, not if when there is a de jure, where there is a de jure grand jury present, there can be no de facto. They don't get to mingle their corporate bullshit when you go in there big dick swinging and turn that courtroom around. That's how that works, right?
And they can do the same thing then, right? But they got more money.
No.
I mean, if you want to talk about all the fearful stuff that can happen if you go to stand up for yourself in court, we could do that.
No, I'm talking about the grand jury thing. If we did a grand jury, we'll say they did a grand jury, but they got money and they did their peers. How much publicity, how much popularity would they have behind their personal grand jury taking away our rights? I don't actually like the way that sounds. I'd have to look more into that because I don't like the way anyone or any institution's rights get taken away by other people. It's not.
I'm suggesting this. Can you get 13 people to be behind you so when you go into court, you have your own jury? You have your own people.
The judge would probably say, okay, you guys sit.
That's not the question. That's not the question. This is how screwed up we are. We can't listen in on phone calls. We can't learn, and we can't even get 13 people together to own a courtroom because we're that afraid. I get people don't want to not turn in their driver's license.
I would have to check out the laws and speak with several.
Well, yeah, I'm not ready to go in there and do it. But I
don't even know the legalities of that. That's what I'm saying. Because I have been in courtrooms, and I do know quite a few lawyers, and I've actually.
And that's the problem. They're all under the law.
Done with lawyers. It's not done with lawyers.
And that might be why the thing's skewed. But they were like defense lawyers. So if it was skewed, it'd be skewed.
They're de facto. They're de facto.
So all lawyers would be wrong, and we have to throw out our whole legal system that we as individuals know to come up with their own jury, and then
some people just bar them when they go in a courtroom. That's what they do.
Then we got to convince the judge, no, this is the jury that we're using. I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, that's what some people do. That's what some people
do.
Well, now, if you're talking about when they go through jury selection, and you're presuming that they've done that already, and yes, they do that in jury selection. During jury selection, if you have enough money, you can get a psychiatrist to sit down with your lawyer and say, hey, which one would most benefit me? And they could get a stacked jury. But that takes a lot of money. And they're actually, I think it was a TV sitcom that they did that shit. And that is how it works. But it's not like we can come up with our own jury to match.
Yeah, you can. That's what I'm saying. Yes, we can.
I've never heard of that.
Well, what do you think the assembly is?
Assembly of
how
what?
do they make it happen? Well, what do you think they do? They file some kind of paperwork and they're like, hey, they're putting notice that they are an assembly. Right?
Who's putting notice they're putting? I'm missing a lot of this conversation, I guess.
Do you believe
that's the assembly that Dee was talking about? Hold on, Dee. I don't think he understands what the assembly is that you're talking about. So the
I don't.
Assembly.
That's why I'm trying to grasp
about
what assembly. What is
that is?
Okay, when there's a grand jury court case, the assembly has brought it forward for the grand jury.
Okay, who is the assembly?
The de jure. That is not the de facto. It's the we the people. So we the people.
So all of us are that.
Well, if we wanted to file something together, we could. We could do that.
Can you get me a legal document that says that's legal for us to do? Because there's a lot of people out there convinced of things. Like, for example, we're all convinced we're Social Security, but we also don't have.
Yeah, I can get you
taxes because we're citizens. And that's a big ass lie. As soon as you sign for your Social Security card, you're no longer a citizen. You're considered legally an individual or resident, and the Constitution actually doesn't apply to you anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you look around and you follow grand jury cases, if you look around and follow grand jury cases, which a lot of people don't do, but I just streamed about the grand jury in the Constitution. I think it was the 12th Amendment. I can't remember. It was the 10th, 11th, or 12th. It was a couple weeks ago. And it's definitely still part of our Constitution. It's definitely still
and that's all well and good. There's a lot of things.
It's not necessarily.
Hold on, Neil. Neil, let her finish what she's saying.
Okay.
Neil, let her finish what she's saying.
Okay.
I don't know the whole. I definitely don't know enough about it. I'm just saying. I just got presented this idea this week, and when I brought it up to my friend Sean, you guys know Sean. He had brought up a couple things. He definitely is aware that that's something that we're all just learning. But the assembly is a collective group of people that are counting on each other to help each other, be that we can pick from that as a part of the grand jury too. You can be in the assembly and be on the grand jury, but if you're part of the grand jury, that doesn't necessarily mean you're on the assembly, if that makes sense. I don't know enough about it. I really don't.
I agree.
Yeah,
I have a
totally
friend
don't.
back in 1996 had a 100-unit complex in Aberdeen, Maryland, and he rescinded his Social Security number and his driver's license to follow the legal Constitution. And he spent the rest of his life in court fighting the Maryland police.
That's not the way to do it.
Well,
Okay,
that's the way I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm saying this is what he did, and this is what I know.
I understand.
I'm saying you pick your own jury. Mute. I'm
Well,
saying
and that's all well and good, but I'm thinking that if he
you
couldn't do it, I
misunderstood
don't
the
think it was as
conversation.
easy
But
as just picking your own jury. I think there's a lot more in-depth stuff.
I'm not saying you pick your
It's
own
not about
jury.
picking a jury.
Okay? Can I clarify a point here? I'm not saying you're picking your own jury. I'm saying when you go into a courtroom as a de jure with your grand jury.
What is de jure? Why do you want to use de jure instead of English? Can we use the English word instead? Because I don't understand French that well.
Because no, we can't. Because the corporation is using
Corporation. When does the corporation step into this conversation about a de jure or an
because they're in the because the courtroom is dual purpose. The courtroom can be superior court, and the courtroom can be common law. Can we agree there that we can use that
what
courtroom?
about people in criminal or in
Okay,
traffic?
so if we can't agree there, then it's going to be pretty hard to go further. But maybe you could just entertain me and pretend.
I'm listening.
We could pretend that the courtroom is dual purpose.
Okay.
Can I help y'all out really quick?
Sure.
Neil, to help you understand, go to national-assembly.net. It will explain everything to you.
Okay. I don't want to do it right now.
I'm staying kind of quiet on this because I wish that I understood it better.
Yeah, I don't
I know
understand
you've worked
crap.
more
This is
closely.
the
Hold
first I've
on,
heard
but
of it.
Neil, you keep talking over people, and that's not helping anybody be able to understand it. But yeah, I want to be able to hear what you have to say. But I wish that I understood it better. I know D-Dog and you, D and Bonnie, I know you've looked into it more, and I've heard Sean talking about the National Assembly. I don't understand, and I think this is maybe where Neil's coming from too. I don't understand what power the National Assembly legally has, and how that will actually offer remedy. And I'm not saying that it doesn't.
No,
I'm just saying I don't understand how it does stand. So
Right.
that's where I haven't put a lot of time into it. And,
Right.
maybe that's part of it too. I keep meaning to go to one of the assembly calls and I haven't. I'm thankful because I get the invites and I would like to go sometime, but it's hard, honestly, to get 2 hours to be able to pay attention and focus and take notes and all of that. So that's on me because I haven't done the work to figure it out. I know you've done a lot more of that work, so I like to hear what you have to say. I think I see where Neil's coming from to some point too, though. It's like, if enough of us don't know about it, where's the power in it, So
And
it
that's
goes
why
both
you
ways.
can't get 13 people, because 13 people don't know about it. It's probably that's why we need to stay local, get to know our local people, become local executives, board members, whatever, council members, to where we can get to know 13 people that understand this, because this is the first I've heard of it. So I couldn't get 13 people because I can't explain it, because I don't know I don't understand it.
I just learned
Bonnie,
too.
can you put that link in chat in the public or the YouTube chat?
But I will say that, like I said earlier, when New Hampshire counted on TV their paper ballots, this assembly will take credit for that. This assembly, if you go to their
assembly
website,
for votes, for voting.
I'm sorry. What?
Is it an assembly for voting?
What they've done is
rights thing.
What they've done is they present requisitions. Michigan is assembled and Alaska is assembled. They're the only two states that have assembled in the de jure. And yes, I do know what de jure means. Because
I still don't.
If you just think of the Corporation of America in all caps, that's de facto. And the de jure is we're outside of it. We're not part of the corporation. So if you don't work for the government, when we assemble, they ask people, is there anybody here that works for, I forget what they ask, or running for a position, Bonnie. So, but they have a record that goes back to 2011 on the website, and I can drop it in. But it's if it's easier to find. It's hard because they got these dots in these different places, but it's easier to find if you go to standuphumboldt.news and you go to the Constitution and you go under it. There is National Assembly link there. It's not very frilly, but when you find you go to the blog roll, it goes back to 2011, and you can see. I interviewed with Destry, and he's in Alaska, and he's on the calls on Thursday, and he told me this statement: where there is a de jure assembly present, there can be no de facto. The de facto is in our place because we're not there. That should make sense. You understand that. We have vacated our position, and therefore these imposter crisis actors, these people that have dual citizenship in Congress, these sellouts of the same bird, these red and blue assholes, they don't have our backs at all. They're not the people at all. They're part of the corporation. And so we don't fight them, but we're assembling so that we can get into courtrooms and we can deal with the public officials, because it's the only real way to deal with the public officials. That's why they don't teach us this shit. That should make sense to everybody.
Mm-hmm. No, see, I didn't even know we were talking about a voting assembly because I didn't get the explanation good enough.
I didn't say voting at all. I never mentioned voting one time.
I just got
it's basic. As far as I understand it, Neil, it's for anything that has to do with the United States. It's not about we the people. It's anything regarding we the people.
The website I just went to showed it was a voting thing, assembly.
State and Michigan and Alaska are the only two. I'll find the website. I'll put it in the private.
Common law states.
Yeah, they're the only assembled states that have a de jure. They have a de jure government. If you really want to know what that means, then you study what these two states are. They are operating in a de jure government.
Can I have 2 minutes? Can I have 2 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's change up de jure for constitutional. Okay, what you're talking about now, I have a better understanding, is you can only be a citizen if you're in a commonwealth de jure commonwealth state. Now I know what de jure means, commonwealth. I still just found that out. So you were confusing me by not
answering my question. You're right. I don't know.
I've got 2 minutes, please. Commonwealth states are the only place you can legally be a citizen. So what you're talking about is you're changing the national level on 48 different level state constitutional law level changes. It's not as easy as, we get 13 people up. It's a lot more complicated than that.
No one said it was easy. Yeah.
Yes.
Good to see you, Michigan. Thanks for being here.
It's easy in the two states that you were talking about. The other
it's not easy, but at least it's the foundation.
Possible in the other 48 states.
I think it's 15 for a county and 30 something for a state. And but I think that Indy, were you ready to play that or?
Well, it's definitely shifting gears. Are we up for a different? I mean, it kind of went along with something Neil shared, and it's a video I've been wanting to share for a while, and I think I'll just share it now and then share it another time. Maybe we want to go more in depth, but you were talking about people who'd been vaccine injured, and we've been talking about the global agenda. And so, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up to share. This is by, the poem was written by Margaret Anna Alice. It's read by, his name just went out of my head. Dr. I'm not going to remember his name. I might, I'm still thinking about it. But anyway, I think it's Yates, but I can't remember. Maybe, there we go. Thank you. Yeadon, there we go. Dr. Mike Yeadon. Thank you. He is somebody who was one of the first doctors and scientists that I saw who was really speaking out against the jabs. And, he, if I remember correctly, he's a Nobel Peace Prize winner as well. So I found it very interesting that he was getting so discredited. This is back in like 2020. And anyway, I thought this is really well done and speaks for itself. So here we go.
mistakes were not made. By Margaret Anna Alice. The Armenian genocide was not a mistake. Holodomor was not a mistake. The final solution was not a mistake. The Great Leap Forward was not a mistake. The killing fields were not a mistake. Namely, genocide was not a mistake. That includes the great democide of the 2020s. To imply otherwise is to give them the out they are seeking. It was not botched. It was not bungled. It was not a blunder. It was not incompetence. It was not lack of knowledge. It was not spontaneous mass hysteria. The planning occurred in plain sight. The planning is still occurring in plain sight. The philanthropaths bought the science. The modelers projected the lies. The testers concocted the crisis. The NGOs leased the academics. The scientists fabricated the findings. The mouthpieces spewed the talking points. The organizations declared the emergency. The governments erected the walls. The departments rewrote the rules. The governors quashed the rights. The politicians passed the laws. The bankers installed the control grid. The stooges laundered the money. The DOD placed the orders. Corporations fulfilled the contracts. The regulators approved the solution. The laws shielded the contractors. The agencies ignored the signals. The behemoths consolidated the media. The psychologists crafted the messaging. The propagandists chanted the slogans. The fact chokers smeared the dissidents. The censors silenced the questioners. The jackboots stomped the dissenters. The tyrants summoned. The puppeteers jerked. The puppets danced. The colluders implemented. The doctors ordered. The hospitals administered. The menticiders scripted. The bamboozled bleated. The totalitarianized bullied. The Covidians tattled. The parents surrendered. The good citizens believed and forgot. This was calculated. This was formulated. This was focus grouped. This was articulated. This was manufactured. This was falsified. This was coerced. This was inflicted. This was denied. We were terrorized. We were isolated. We were gaslit. We were dehumanized. We were wounded. We were killed. Don't let them get away with it. Don't let them get away with it. Don't let them get away with it.
I love that. I think he puts it so, or she put it so well, and he says it so well. But thank you, Anti, for sharing that link. If anybody wants to get that to share out, I just think it's a good reminder, and they lay it out so clearly how everything was and how we've been gaslit. What are you guys' thoughts?
That was exactly 2020 was a test to see the human behavior. That's what I put in the chat. And as a nation, we kind of failed, but at the same time, we'll never know the true count of the deaths. I don't believe.
Right. Well, I mean, I've noticed even, I believe that it's true that we're being poisoned through our food, especially here in the United States as well. But I think a lot of those things that they're coming out with now that are saying, microplastics cause this and these things cause that. I think actually a lot of them could be being used as just as a cover up for what these jabs have actually done. Like when they first started talking about long COVID, which I know this is something that some people will get upset about because they have, and to be fair, when I first started, I'll just finish my thought first. But when they first started talking about long COVID, I'd already heard about what it was anticipated that these jabs would do to people, and the lists lined up very clearly. And I thought, oh, they're already building in their cover up for it. They're already saying like people are going to have long COVID when really it's vaccine injury. And that said, I know people who did not get the jabs who did get COVID and who experienced what they consider long COVID. But I think that could also be a result of shedding, which is another thing that's controversial. But yeah, that's kind of where I stand on it.
It's, I mean, at first, nobody knew what it was. When you're told it's a bio weapon, you kind of, you're going to get on the defensive in whatever way you think is best for your home. And because the girls were working in restaurants, working with the public, and I was still recuperating. And so it was like, when you come in,
just wait till Bonnie's done. You don't need to put your hand up.
When you come in, you get your clothes in the washing machine, get them washed, get in the shower, and wiping down everything with vinegar and water, just making sure that everything was pretty sanitary. And then when they did the shutdown for 2 weeks, Texas did follow that. After that, it was life as normal, except for the restaurants and the bars. I don't know what the reason was. If there was I don't know what the reason for that was, but they did change their policy some. We had a lot of drive-throughs that all of a sudden restaurants were making a drive-through where you could, just pick up an order from your car.
Right.
But the magnitude of what was done purposely is what just blew me away. Was the we all saw it in New York City, and the hospital systems, all of it. That's what really surprised me and really made me think, whoa, if they'll go this far, how far will they go? And so it's really hard for me to even trust the medical system at all anymore.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, and I live in a very liberal part of a liberal state. And so, you mentioned New York, but we actually had more lockdowns and things were extended a much longer than they were in other states. And yeah, so I was out, I think, if I remember correctly, Neil, were you out of work also for raising? Am I remembering that correctly, or was that someone else I'm thinking of? You're muted, Neil. There we go.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't play well with others when they try and tell me to do things. That I was a medic in the military, and the first week it happened out here in San Francisco, they had a lot of those boats with the people on cruise boats because they all go in San Francisco, and they kept them offshore.
I remember that.
And what they said local news. They said the Air Force up here at Travis Air Force Base, their military was going to take and the quarantine people and drive them through San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, all the way up North Bay. And I'm like, hold on. When I went to the military training, NBC, nuclear, biological, and chemical, you kept the quarantine patients as far away from a public population as possible. What's changed?
Yeah.
So I knew right away something was wrong.
Yes.
Not only that, speaking of Bonnie and what she said about it being some sort of attack, all you got to do is look at the bioweapons lab that China had in California producing COVID and other things, and ask yourself why we're not at war right now, because that was a direct attack on our sovereign soil of a bioweapons lab from a
we
foreign
funded
country.
it. We were part of that funding. That's where it goes in.
Yeah,
way
no, there's a lot
deeper.
of weird things going on right now.
But I think that also, I think that also does point to both sides being involved in some ways too. How even even when they started acknowledging that it was something that came from that lab, the term was leak, and I don't think it was a leak at all. I think it was a bioweapon that was designed for the purpose in which it was used. But
yes, one of the first things I
mean,
noticed.
that goes into a whole, whole of looking into Fauci and his history
whole
and the
nother
other
night
atrocities that he's committed. Yeah, that's like a few nights probably. I mean, we've touched on it here and there, but yeah.
But Neil, bringing up the medical, one of the first things I noticed was everyone was supposed to wear a face diaper. So where were the reciprocals for that? The what do you call them? The hazardous waste containers to put those in when you took it off. It didn't make any sense to me at all. You saw them all over the parking lots and everywhere.
Yeah, it added to the trash. They're probably all in the ocean now after the bad rain in California.
Right.
Here's something to look at. When they tell you to wear masks, if they're not going to tell men to shave thoroughly so they get a good fit, it's bullshit. Because if it doesn't have a good fit, whatever you're breathing, if it's not well fitted around your face, whatever's on the outside of that mask still gets to the inside. You're just wearing a mask. Sorry. For no reason, you're wearing a mask.
I mean, and that's if you're even talking about like the N95 or higher protection
N95, it
masks.
states on there that you have to be well shaven if you read the instructions on it. Those masks they were selling at like 7-Elevens and Circle K's and stuff that you just wrap around your ears and it like flops open wide here.
Right.
It wasn't. That's just like,
or the homemade masks made out of
It's like what are you guys selling here? And whatever. And the iron workers had some crazy shit going on.
I don't understand that document, Devil Dog. I'm gonna have to talk to you about that. You guys, something really wild just happened. My friend that called me, I got to share some breaking news with you. My friend Star was in I don't care for those. She was in the parking lot in Arcata, and she pulled in and she started hearing this guy talking about, no, that's not how you do it. You got to do it this way. And he started messing around with the pew and freedom seeds and everything. No. So she drove around across the way to where they were. This is my friend Star. She was on with me this week on Monday. Yeah. Anyway, she drove across it's a building that one of my kids actually works at too, by the way. And she called the police and told them what this guy was saying in the van that she pulled up next to. And she starts telling me she knows that God had her there at that time. She doesn't usually park there, yada, yada, yada. So she calls up the cops in Arcata, and they immediately brought 6 cops down there, and they pulled the guy out of there, and somebody else that was in the van who apparently is incompetent with the pew, I guess, because that's what she heard. And this just happened. That's what she called me to tell me. She's like, I think I'm done. I'm going to go home. I'm like, yeah, go home. I don't know what you were doing out, but Get your ass home, girl. It's hot. I don't know what the hell that was about, but I haven't seen any article on it. But she literally just stopped probably. I mean, I'm kind of shaking myself a little bit right now because, like I said, one of my kids works right there where he was. And I don't know what the frick is going on, but it's been very hot up on this coast for the last couple weeks. I mean, I got some good ideas, but they're filling up the town. You know, they filling up the town with all kinds of people that hate us. So it's a little bit scary. It's a little bit. I prayed
missed
with her.
part of that, Dee. I'm sorry because my connection just went out for a lot of that, so I missed a lot of the details. But I heard the gist of it, and yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. I don't know.
I can say, we're getting more crime here. I don't know what the percentages are anymore, but a lot of the suburbs of Seattle where you wouldn't really ever hear about anything happening, it's like daily now. There's stuff happening all the time.
Excuse me. Yeah.
People stealing cars, that's a huge thing around here. A lot of you have probably heard about the Kia kids, I think they call them, or Kia boys, but it's not just boys who are stealing cars. And a lot of times stolen cars are being used to ram into buildings. And around here, they're doing pot shops because in pot shops, they only accept cash. So they each have ATMs inside. So they're stealing cars and then ramming them into the pot shops and then stealing the ATMs. And they just leave the car.
Well, why not? They figured it out, They're just like, shit, it's a free-for-all.
Well, there were, I think it was here in Washington, but it doesn't really matter which state it was in. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was here. But there were teenagers who had been stealing cars. They'd been like a spree, basically stealing these cars, and they hadn't caught them. And they caught them after they had hit someone. They did a hit and run. And there's actually footage inside from one of their phones, inside the car. They aimed for the person. They were saying, hit them, hit them, hit them. And they hit them. The person survived, but with injuries, obviously. And those teenagers, the parents right now, I didn't hear what the verdict was, but the parents were asking for them to be released back to them and not serve any prison time. And they were considering it. So they were, as far as I understand it, they were released on without bail to their parents, but I'm not 100% on that. So, but anyway, it's wild. There's there's not a lot of consequences even for those who are caught. And a lot of police have their hands tied, whether you agree with that or not, to even pursue, so crime is just skyrocketing.
We've had a lot more Amber Alerts. In fact, when I was inside last night, my phone was off, and they were like, "What's that?" And I said, "An Amber Alert." Sorry about that. Because
this is very exciting. Sorry,
crazy noise.
That's a great page 52 there. Found that there, grand jury stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's all new to me, Neil. I'm trying to learn it as fast as I can. The more I've been studying, the more I realize I don't know shit. I don't know shit. I thought I did. And I used to go and yell at my people. Like, I've been through hell. I've been fired. I wouldn't wear that mask. I was arrested. I was fired. I've been assaulted. You have no idea the shit I've been through, which is why I came off kind of bitchy at you. And I am sorry for that. We got to work together and we got to learn. I don't know what I'm doing at all. I'm just pissed off, I'm just pissed off like you. You're pissed off too. So we'll be pissed off together and we'll figure it out. We'll come here, and Indy's always let me vent. Indy's always been very gracious to me. When everybody else forsook me, Indy was there. And Bonnie too.
Yeah, I love you. But yeah, I think, my whole thing is, well, one of my things is that I say, we're asking the questions together. I don't think any of us think we have all the answers, or else what would we be here? We'd just be up here ranting our own spiels. But I think for the most part, I think we're trying to figure it out together. So, that sometimes that gets heated. Sometimes it means we're going to all be talking over each other because we have a lot of passion about what we're talking about. And in the long run, though, as long as we can rein it in, we can be learning together. Now I have, we all have this website we can go look at, and some more information from D-Dog, and
Yeah.
You know, like I said, I want to get in on one of those calls at some point and then, you know, learn a little bit more about it. But it's good to be
Yeah, right
asking the
on.
questions together.
Sean invited me in a Discord room yesterday that was a back room, and I'd like to talk more about the assembly online. The problem is they always get infiltrated, but there are some past calls, and maybe I'll stream one this weekend. But that was where I got that information from Devil Dog. Was it yesterday? I called him, and I was like, "Yeah, you know, well, what do you think? Tell me everything you wouldn't say on the stream with Sean." That's what I called him to say. What was that shit you were thinking that you didn't want to say, you know? And so that's what I got out of him. And he's like, well, Dee, you know, you don't need the assembly. You can put together your own grand jury. Another thing that Destry said is not only about where the de jure is present, there can be no de facto. Grand juries convict. De factos just indict. And so I think that's why these criminals keep getting away with shit, because we need to get our grand jury de jure assemblies together and actually convict them. You know, maybe, I don't know. It just does seem like it's all kind of messed up.
Yeah. Well, it
I
is
think
all kind of messed up.
I need to understand definitions, because one of them sounds political and one of them sounds legal. And when you mix the two up, you usually get fucked.
Yeah. Like getting serviced by the government. You figure out what that means real quick. You ever see that meme? The guy's like, I never understood what that meant until I heard my neighbor tell him something the other day. He went to go get his bull serviced. He goes, oh, that's what the government does. Something like that. I screwed the joke up, but you get it.
Mm-hmm. Been an iron worker for 30 years.
I believe in our Constitution. I believe in godly ancient principles. I believe in the real Jesus. I believe in our ability to come together and use our intelligence to take these people down. They should not be allowed to walk down the street. They are freaking criminals.
The only problem with that is you can't do it in 5 years, because they've got.
I could do it right now, Neil. Okay, I could go right now. Let's go.
That's the problem. That's the problem. A lot of people will, and they're gonna cause problem for those that want to actually make change, because it's taken 50 years to get here, and to undo all those laws to make it right again. Or do you just want change? There's two separate issues there.
I want both.
Just want to make it right. We
I
got
don't
to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And if we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, that means Constitution, Bill of Rights, everything goes. We start from scratch.
No, we're not throwing that away. No way.
Everything that we've allowed to have happened in the past 40 to 50 years that have got us to this point. And to do that, you have to have an understanding of why people did what they did to make this happen. And that's going to acquire a lot of research on everyone's part to understand. Like, for example, not pointing anyone out. But I know for a fact in the 70s, there was a group here in America who's not very moral that came out with a statement that was their manifesto to take down America, was to get rid of our morality. Well, shit. Look around you.
Yeah. You go back to Paul Harvey. You know, if I were the devil, and look at that.
And all of a sudden, you've got yourself a 50-year conspiracy with 5 people hitting us up from 5 different directions, and all we want is change. Well, yeah,
Right.
you know,
Perfect segue. Perfect
That's
segue
you.
into this song. This is.
I love this song.
Yeah, A Change Is Gonna Come. This is by a musician named Lady Rodeline Straight, and it's just really beautiful, beautiful. So here we go.
I'm going to go outside and smoke.
I was born by the river in a little tent, known just like the river. I've been run ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. but I'm afraid to die. 'Cause I don't know what's up there way beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. I go to the movies, and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me, don't you hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. And I go to my brother, and I say, brother, help me please. No, he winds up knocking me down on my knees. Well, there's been times that I thought I couldn't last for long. And I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will.
She was lovely. That her voice reminded me of somebody. I don't know who though. Very strong.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, I love it.
Really beautiful.
A bluesy sound, kind of.
Yes.
Mhm. Yep. Good to see you, Cindy. Thanks for being here. Kelly, good to see you. Hope things are going well with you.
Get with it, Andy.
Yeah, I'm sure Anti's. Well, look at it. He's juggling things back there too. Beautiful.
Well, you know, it's crazy. As I was just talking to a friend of mine this week about the assembly, and
Well,
he's
you
the
know,
one
we're all talking about change.
into that PMA stuff, and he was like, "Oh, the only assemblies that are out there are the ones with Anna von Wright." So, not to keep bringing it back to that, I'll drop it from now. But I just want to tell people to steer clear of that, because that's the one where they have you change your birth certificate and do all that bullshit. And I almost did that, and it's not what I'm suggesting anyone do. So that's why I like talking to Devil Dog, because he's not into the assemblies, but he's someone that stands up himself. And I know he does stuff, you know. Hey, Tennessee Ridge Runner. Good to see you, honey. And so, yeah, but thank you. I appreciate that, Indy. That was such a good song. I'm trying to think who she sounded like.
Kelly says maybe a little bit like Janis Joplin. Maybe. Brew, good night. Much love to you. Good to see you. Thanks for being
Good
here.
night, Brew. Sweet dreams, honey.
Shelly, much love. Good to see you. There's the link for anybody
Indy
who needs
cheats
it.
at computer word games. Oh, someone's calling you a cheater. Neil's calling you a cheater.
Neil always
Wow.
calls me a cheater because I beat him.
Wow, he did that right up here. Wow.
Good to see you, D-Dog.
Neil. Oh, wow. Hello. Well,
What up?
shit. Party got fun all quick. Troubles in the house. Big troubles here.
The reason I gave you that document, D, is because on what was it, page 52,
Yes,
it actually
52.
quotes Scalia's as saying that the grand jury belongs to the people.
Yeah. I read the whole thing there. But I didn't see Scalia's part there. So I didn't read the whole thing. I mean, I read 52 and 53.
Well, 52 at the top of it, it says grand juries, or no, the fourth
Branch
thing
of
of
government.
government.
Oh,
Right.
there it is, right there. Justice Antonin Scalia. Yep.
Yeah,
Confirmed.
read that
Yeah.
little paragraph.
Okay. Fourth branch of government, in a stunning 6-3 decision, Justice Antonin Scalia, writing for the majority, confirmed that the American grand jury is neither part of the judicial, executive, nor legislative branches of government, but instead belongs to the people. It is in effect a fourth branch of government, governed and administered to directly by and on behalf of the American people, and its authority emanates from the Bill of Rights. In reality, there is only one grand jury within a state with locations in each county. We can draw off the jury pool from any county if necessary. When the administrators of each county come together on an issue, they can use the seal of each county on an arbitration or presentment document, which can produce extraordinary results. But in order to be successful, we must first seek the blessings from the governor of the universe and build our endeavor upon him and his principles, one honor, two justice, and mercy. This is the only sure foundation. Any other will succumb to tyrants. I should say. Well, that's awesome.
Yep, and I think they quote a case. Let me see, United States versus Williamston.
Good to see you, Cola. Kurt, much
Cola.
love.
Hi, Cola. I don't see that. Maybe it's before it.
No, it's right at the end of that paragraph.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was all over that document yesterday.
Is the quote from John Adams? No, what did you say? No, it's a case. You said it's a case.
Yeah.
U.S.
Oh, I'm sorry. United States versus Williams. I should know that by now. Yeah. Yeah, I should know that by now.
Yeah, that one's fire.
That we learn about that on the grand jury introduction call, you guys, on Sunday at 2:00. Is it 2 or 2:30? I forget.
And it's, well, it depends on where you are.
Right.
2:00 Pacific.
Right. For Bonnie, it's 4:00.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. The grand jury thing. I mean, you never told me that in the early days. D, just get 13 people and walk in that courtroom. I wonder why. You never told me to go do that. Gee, let me think. Let me think here. Anybody got any ideas as to why Devil Dog wouldn't tell me to go in a courtroom?
Prepared to post your bail, D.
I don't know what's going on my heart yet. I probably should memorize that sucker, man. I need to know that number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's an actual handbook. That's what you're reading out of.
Yes.
That whole handbook is fire.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Looks like a fun little book for me. I was not getting the beginning because it was like tax shit. It's like Ken Burton, Florida stuff.
I heard somewhere not very long ago, well, I guess it's been months that, okay, is it Pennsylvania, Philadelphia? Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania, right? Pennsylvania, wherever it is.
I always get that one confused too, Bonnie. I'm like, so
I
feel
do, I do
Yeah,
too.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I feel like the biggest
Go ahead.
moronic.
Anyway, they are the only state with a common law court, is what I had read months ago, and Sean actually looked it up because he hadn't heard it, and he described it, but somebody had said in one of the chats that that's why Trump always goes to Pennsylvania for court. And I was like, what? I need to check this out. And so I had looked it up, and then Sean did too, to back it up.
Yeah. Well, you can take any court and make it into a common law court, and that's by filing a rebuttal to the 12 presumptions of law.
Oh, brother.
And that'll do it, or you can have it transferred to a separate entity, which is usually a probate judge, because he only is a Article 3 court.
Thank you, William.
I like
Neil,
the part.
if you want to talk, just unmute and wait your turn and take turns. You're fine.
Try to make pauses. We do pausing. There was a pause. There were 2 pauses. That's how it rolls. I got notebooks full of this shit. You probably gave this to me before. I don't know. It's possible.
Nope.
Nope. Yep. See, he holds back, Indy. You know what I'm saying?
It's one of those, like, you have to figure it out and learn it on your way. Yeah, I know. I've heard that for 4 years from different people. It's frustrating. Just tell me what you know. You're like me. Like, just tell me what I need to know. Fill me in.
Well, that's all I've been doing, but I've been starting people at the beginning because you can't start at the end.
I'd like those notebooks.
The government's been trespassing on us under usurpation of power since 1821. And the Communist Manifesto from 1848, all 25 points have been activated. So you know what kind of shit's coming.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, Ghost.
I'm going to get back to doing my documents. You guys have fun.
All right. I might call you
Thanks
later.
for coming up, P-Dog. Yeah.
I'm kind of tired of shit coming. Can we have a break?
Right.
We have a break from the shit coming. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, shit. We true.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me.
Yeah. In some places, not in all. Not in all places. But yeah, that goes back to the whole working locally.
Yeah, I do talk over people, Jack. That's true. Because I'm a big talker. You can always
it's hard too when you're up on panel.
Huh?
I mean, we've exactly. We've talked about this before too. It's like when you're up on panel, I'm okay. Listener, they call it. But like when somebody's talking, I do a lot of mm-hms. Oh yeah, But when I'm talking on panel, I actually mess with the mics and cut people.
Mm-hmm.
Here I go. And I have technical problems. There's a perfect example of it too. Like I'll just robot out all of a sudden, and yeah, it's different than just talking in person to people and having a group speaking where everybody can still hear each other. So part of it's just finding the balance on panel. I don't know what that means much. Yeah. So truthfully, honestly, I swear nobody's going to believe me, but I really was thinking of doing a song, but my internet keeps cutting out and I'd have to be able to stream the music and sing it at the same time. So I don't think it's going to work out. Somebody's got some kind of background music or sound going though, like a game maybe you're playing or notifications
Not
popping
me.
up. I don't know.
Mm-mm.
Are you a teacher in real life, young lady?
Yes, I am.
Indy. You sound like my teacher telling me to put my game away while she's trying to teach.
I am a teacher.
I was wondering. Okay, I'll put my game away.
Yep. But yeah, I started to say that earlier. But yeah, I was out of work for a year because of the vaccine mandates, and all state employees were required in Washington state to get it. And I found out I think it was about a week and a half before school was supposed to start that we were going to have to get the vaccine in order to keep my job. So I was out of work for a year, and that's why I was asking you, Neil, earlier, and I didn't know that it affected you that way too. But I think I was actually thinking of Blue. I'm pretty sure he
That's
was also out of. I mean, it
2019.
happened to so many people. Yeah,
I
so
went
many
from
people.
80,000 a year to 20,000 a year because of that fucking shit.
Right? Yeah, we basically cut our income in half
Mm-hmm.
unexpectedly on a week's notice. And that impacted us a lot. We'd been saving and been ready to we were right at the point. I mean, we were already in talks and trying to figure out how to purchase our first home, and that all went kaput. And in some ways,
That's a
I've
blessing.
learned to see the silver lining in it, that it was a blessing that we had that money saved because we were able to, maintain for that year that I didn't have work. But it still is a huge hit that, I don't know if we'll ever make up for that time that and I couldn't even find a job teaching remotely if I didn't have a proof of vaccination. I mean, that's how
Yeah,
ridiculous
we
it
had
was.
that sucked about
Follow
my
the
union.
science.
I belonged to a union,
Mhm.
and there were certain jobs, if we didn't have a vaccine card, we
I go
couldn't take
fish.
the call. And I looked at them, I was like,
Right.
now granted, I mean, there's ways around everything. I could have easily, I mean, I've been doing this for
Mhm.
years. I know who to contact to buy the fake card and all that other crap. But I decided to play it legit and just sit out of work instead because I didn't want to fucking be part of the game that they were playing.
Yeah.
But it's so
Yeah,
weird.
Kelly, you've got the mom mode and the teacher mode going here too. Right, Kurt?
The girls.
What were you going to say, Bonnie?
That's so weird because the girls working in restaurants, I guess they were so desperate for help. The pay all of a sudden went up to $14 to $16 an hour just to get people in there. And I know that doesn't sound like much, but for around here it is.
Thank you for clarifying there, Mrs. Mudd. I was so confused. I'm like, I don't know what that is. I'm not going to highlight that. I don't know what that means. Yeah, okay, I get it now. Yep. Yeah, it sounds like Tinkerbell. Right? I like how Camo Carl calls autocorrect autocorrupt.
Okay, Ghosty.
I love it. I hate autocorrect.
Me too.
It messes me up.
It's like I didn't ask
what
for
I
your
need
help.
too.
You know,
I bet
I
somebody.
didn't ask-
Okay, you know what? If somebody wants to email me and tell me how to do this, I think there's a way. Probably, I'm on an iPhone to like change my settings so that I can get rid of the predictive text or whatever, because it'll
Yeah.
change like entire groups of words now. It's like so
Oh yeah,
frustrating.
that,
Like
you can get rid of that. You can get rid of that. I forget what that.
I know. I need to figure out how to turn it off.
It's got to be a setting.
Yeah.
But then
Hey,
what would
Creek,
it be?
good to see you, brother.
I hate spell check because they give you so many options and you could pick the wrong one.
I mean, spelling is for the purpose of communication, not for who made it through phonics the best.
Right. I know, William. Never-ending tech problems.
T, whatever you just said, instantly,
Yeah, exactly,
AC/DC. Who made who?
What?
I don't know what that song just popped into my head. Whatever you just said, AC/DC. Who made who?
Oh, I don't know that song.
I think it's
Yeah.
AC/DC that does that.
Mine too, Kurt. We have multiple common enemies, I think, Kurt. Oh, that's a good point. He says it really screws with the blind. Yeah, I could see that. I have 2 working eyes and it screws with me all the time. Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Anti says, have you ever seen autocorrect misspell autocorrect? Probably. Mutt, I did not see your email, and I've checked my email, so I will have to check, and I've deleted my spam. So if you will send it again, that would be great, because I'm sure I did not get it, and I know I've deleted my spam recently.
How many
Thank
times
you for
girls
the
have told me that, Indy? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
I really didn't. I've had so many issues. I use Proton Mail, and I love it, but there are certain, I think, glitches they still are working out with it sometimes. Autocorrect is my enema. Love it. Auto carrot. Nice one, Neil. I did see your comment at the very beginning too that you left about with independent all scrambled.
Oh yeah, I knew you'd get it.
Yeah. Right,
That's
Carl?
so
I know.
funny.
I think, Carl, this is why I'm so good at that words game, which sometime I might do it
Actually,
on my stream if any of you haven't seen it. I love that game. But it's because I'm used to deciphering kids' writing and they just jumble the letters all together. So I think that's part of why I'm really good at it.
psychologically, every human being, if you spell a word and you use the proper first letter and the proper last letter, you can jumble up the middle letters and they'll still be able to pick it up.
Right. Yeah, there's like whole paragraphs written out like that I
Like
can read.
I put up IndependentMany.
Yep.
I had all the right letters. They were all jumbled up, but the first and the last one were correct. So everyone can read it.
I'm not ignoring you, Matt. I promise. Yeah. I got it, Kurt. I got it. Can you guys read that one?
Yep.
He is a high school graduate. Well, I'm certified to teach K through 8, kindergarten through 8th grade, Mrs. Mutt. But the last few years that I've taught, I've mostly taught 1st and 2nd grade. I taught kindergarten before that and 5th grade before that, and I've substitute taught all the way up through 12th.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Still on a
All right, you guys.
backstage school idea thing.
What was that?
I still want a backstage homeschool idea thing.
Yes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is a good idea. I mean, yeah, I have a lot of ideas for different remote teaching and online help for homeschooling parents and kids, But yeah, to get our butts to church more often so our kids are around other kids because they're not around kids very often, and I think that's detrimental also, We saw that
Yes.
during lockdowns. So
That's
yeah.
our local library has a thing every Thursday morning for the kids that are homeschooled or not in school, whatever. And to get the kids together, they have a story time. They usually do something educational, gardening or I don't even know what you call it with rocks and stuff. It's like whatever they do is age appropriate for those kids.
Have a great one, Michigan. Okay, Kelly says, spouse wanted our kid to start going to a brick and mortar school when we moved here. It was like 7 weeks there and we had to pull him out and go back to homeschooling. Thank God. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know too much about what's happening in the public schools, and I know as of, pre-COVID COVID and lockdowns and all of that, but I know enough people who are still in the public schools to know what's happening there. And, I mean, I'll see it. I mean, it's covered enough that if you look, you can find what's being pushed there. So that's a big deal to me and my husband to not have our kids be in public schools right now. But
Yeah.
it just presents different challenges, because in public schools, they're obviously getting a lot of socialization now. And, so we're trying to balance that out with our kids not being around kids 6 to 7 hours a day every Monday through Friday.
Yeah, I think church is the best place, maybe. We see.
Well, we have a really great church, so it is a wonderful place for our kids to be.
Yeah.
We just, with schedules and everything, we don't go there as often as we intend to. That happens. So we're trying to be better about getting there. And for whatever reason, it's easier for me to like motivate myself to do it when I'm thinking of my kids than when I'm just thinking of myself. So, yeah.
Just so much bullying going on in the public school also.
Definitely.
It's just any little thing different, they'll pick it out and tear it apart.
Yeah. I'm going to mute you there for a second, Neil. It's pretty loud popping in my ears with my. That's a great expression you froze on, Neil. I don't know if it froze there for everybody, but it did for me. That was fantastic. Yeah. Okay, Mrs. Mutt says she's thinking of becoming a teacher. Scared of teaching high school. Not sure I have the energy for small children. Oh, I love all ages. I really do. I mean, outside of teaching, I've also worked with kids my whole life, like from nursery all the way up. I mean, I guess it wasn't until college that I really worked with older kids, like high school age, but um, through the church and just in general, like through different jobs I've had. So I've really worked with all ages. And I'm really comfortable with all of them. I mean, I think there's different challenges about each, Yeah, you definitely have to have a lot of energy for small kids, a lot of patience for small kids.
Mhm.
I think middle school, they're kind of, I think I would say they present challenges of like fighting, they're kind of more likely to want to resist what they're being told, I think in middle school and junior high, which
Yeah.
maybe isn't, but I think that they're trying to push back a little more in those age ranges. And then high school, I feel like they're really trying to be much more independent, at least in years past. So, yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know, maybe substitute teach for a little bit and see where you find a good fit.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. I got that one too, Mutt. I've never been to Michigan, but I know a lot of people in Michigan. A lot of great people there.
Yeah, Michigan's
Thank you,
beautiful.
Indy. Yeah, good point. Neil said to try private school teaching. And I taught last year in a private school and I loved it. I mean, there were different challenges though. I mean, I will say, yeah, maybe you and I can talk sometime, Mrs. Mutt, off YouTube. But yeah, there were some different challenges there that I faced that I didn't face in public education, but I still much preferred being in a private school setting, especially with where I stand on a lot of, the beliefs I have and what is being pushed in public schools. So yeah, that might be a really good way to go.
Are there benefits
Okay.
comparable to public schools?
The school, I've only been at one private school. Last year was the first time that I taught at a private school. The benefits were fine. My husband still works for the state, so I still have really good benefits through him. So that wasn't such an issue. The pay was lower than
Yeah.
working at a public school.
Mhm.
But there were, I mean, there were a lot of perks too. I mean, there were a lot of very positive things, but also, that wouldn't have happened in a public school. But there were also some challenges. Yeah, there were. I'll just leave it at that. There were some challenges that we don't have a union. You don't you don't have a union for a small private school where you do for a public school. So there are a lot of, I know people are all over the board on unions, but there are a lot of things that were in place that protect, for better or worse, you as an employee in a public setting that aren't in place in a private setting. And I think I saw some abuses of that,
Mm-hmm.
even though I really believe they were kind of unintentionally done. I think there were no unions holding them accountable. So I'll
Right.
just, it kind of left some gray areas there. But okay, Kelly said, long story short, the school told us that our kid read at a kindergarten level and did math at the first grade level. Kid was a fourth grader and way ahead of that level in reading and math. Yeah. Yeah. Well, a lot of times what will happen too, Kelly, in public schools is that, at least here, I don't know about there. I think you're in the UK, right, Kelly? But sorry, not to just dox you, but I know you shared that online before.
What town
But yeah,
again?
so a lot of what I see is that in public schools, the testing is oftentimes done on computers, even more so now post COVID and remote teaching than before. I think I roboted out. Can you guys hear me?
No, I can hear you. Yeah. You're probably we hear you. You're good.
Yeah, I roboted out again. Sorry, guys. Okay, so see, I'm not making up. This is why I'm not singing tonight. But anyway, okay, so yeah, a lot of the schools testing happens on computers now, and not just their testing, but also their instruction. So if a computer program is telling your teacher that your child tests in at a certain level, that teacher might not even know what's happening in actually happening in the curriculum, or what that student doesn't. And in some places, at least here in the States, it's illegal for the teachers to even look at what's being asked on the standardized testing through the computer program. So they read the script at the beginning, each kid goes off and does it on their own computer, and then all of that information gets processed somewhere else, and a number gets to the teacher, and we're told the feedback from that test. So it's pretty crazy. It's pretty extreme how have changed a lot over the last 10 years. Anyway, my guess is it's something similar there, Kelly. I'm a Toys R Us kid. All right. Yeah, I love that, D-Dog. I love things like that.
I think your guest wants to be unmuted. I think he wants to be unmuted. He's done with his potato chips now. Your guest, you've muted.
Can you not unmute? When I muted you, could you not unmute?
I think you muted him.
Oh, stop it. He's unmuted. He's just pretending.
I could do it myself. I'm just being polite and letting Indy do it and messing with her when she forgets. That's all.
Right?
I could care less. I'm having fun in chat with people.
Yeah, Carl, that's a very straightforward way of saying it. Mary. Oh, William. Hecklefish. Yeah, right.
Hold on. Go back to that last statement. Mary, IndependentMany. Who are they talking about?
Exactly, Neil. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's Mary. Yeah, I just got somebody.
I said Mary.
I did catch it, of course. I always catch it. Because apparently I have much better eyesight than a lot of you.
I just I like the validation. That's all.
I know you do. I just got somebody who always, every time I go into their stream, they call me Mary, and every time I write that it's Mary. My comment, but I won't say who it was, but he finally did. He was embarrassed, but he at least got it. So now we'll see if he remembers the next time I go in.
Hey, Camo Carl, are you in the same place?
Good to see you, Izzy. Thanks for being here. All right. Well, you guys, I just saw the time and I need to get going. I always do this here at the end. It's always like a rush, but let me grab another song to end us on. But thank you so much to everybody who's been here throughout the night. Everybody who came up on panel to share your music or to share Ooh, yeah, this is a good one. To share your music or to share your opinions and your thoughts. Really appreciate each of you. And I don't know, what do you guys think about this whole doing the split thing, having the music at the beginning and the conversation more at the end? I think I'm going to keep doing it for this month, but what do you guys think? Is it working out pretty well?
Anytime I get to talk, I like it.
Anytime I get to mess with Indy, I like it.
And I like music too.
I know, right?
3215. Okay, honey.
Well, that's the thing is that I mean, I think there's enough of us that really enjoy both that I want to keep doing both. And I don't have the time to be able to do multiple streams consistently, so I don't want to have it be on separate streams. So I think that's a good balance, but this is for all of us, so let me know.
Yeah.
Give me feedback and let me know, you guys.
You
My
shut
email,
up,
although I
will
don't
you?
always get them, my email is in the channel description and the video
William.
description.
Sorry.
Yep, I know,
It's
right?
William
Mary's
Small.
never. Thank you, Dee. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, you're fine.
You're welcome. Thank you. Welcome. You're back.
Yep.
It's just sad we're going bye.
Oh, my
I'm
goodness.
gonna miss you guys. It was really fun hanging out. Thank you for having me, Indy and Neil. It was all right hanging out with you. And Bobby, I love you.
She had anti-invite me. I think he's probably thinking twice about that right now.
I gotta go anyway. Love y'all. See you later.
All right, love you, Dee. Much love to you. Okay, last song is called Dark Slow Blues, and it's an improvisation by Zio Fender. And Zio's songs, I tell him this too. I think his songs could be like 3 times, but I absolutely love his music. So this is a good way to end on a good vibe. And much love to all of you. We're stronger together. We really are. Thank you for everybody who, even though things can get heated and we can all get, there's conflict and disagreement, I appreciate each of you for being here. I really do. And much love to you all. God bless.
Peace out, peoples.
Thank you.